All right, let's go. Man, I had an equipment failure today. I had to go to my backup, but we back in this like we never left. Let's go. Dallas Cowboys had a pretty big training camp today. Everything looking good. I think I'm ready to go. Let's do it. Welcome, Cowboy fans, Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And if you like this live stream, don't forget to hit that like button, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell, so you know the next time we post another video or go live. And if you haven't become a channel member or subscriber yet, please do. We have a lot of great things coming this season. Man, we on a roll. We got 2 videos we've released today that have been pretty good. Dropping another one simultaneously as we drop this live. Coming with so much information. It is so much information with the Cowboys coming out of here the last couple of days. Man, you just gotta, I don't even know what to choose. I just been doing what I do. So, today, I believe we have another great show planned for y'all. This is how we rocking today. 4 topics. It's gonna take us some time to get through them. We're gonna deal Day 3, another Brian Schottenheimer interview. Stephen Jones gives an interview, says some very revealing things. We're going to have to figure out, and maybe we don't have to figure out, but somebody ain't telling the truth. So we got to figure out what's the deal with this thing, who's not talking, Michael Parsons or is it the Joneses? Nevertheless, Stephen Jones is going to let us in on some things. And then I have compiled Day 3 plays. And I got a bunch of them. I don't think I'm going to play all the plays. I'm going to compile them into one video and release that later on tonight. And then we're going to listen to Osa Odigizua on 105.3 The Fan. Osa Odigizua is going to give us some insight into the Dallas Cowboys defensive line. So, we gonna have all this and more on Let's Talk Cowboys today. So let's get this thing rocking. 1 second. Let's go. All right, let's go. We had to have our background behind us. Let's go ahead and get this quick roll call in. We staying with the same music. Let's roll. Alfredo Morales, what's going on with you? Dominique Pittman in the crib. What's good? Ice cold cowboy. Let me tell you, he cold too, y'all. Ice cold is cold. What's going on with you? Yes, sir. The ghost of Mike McCarthy. Yes, sir. Ozzy is gone. We losing a bunch of them, man. Newhouse fam in the crib. What's going on with you? Katharina Kiss, what's going on? She said, OMG. She said, gee, I love Schotty. Love when Schotty talks. Man, this is definitely a whole new team, I promise you. Oh, no doubt. No doubt about it. Ghost of Mike McCarthy said in the 2020 Hard Knocks with the Cowboys, I knew at that point something was off with Zeke. No NFL running back should come into camp 20 pounds lighter and still be looking to cut more weight. No doubt about it. Madman in the crib, what's going on? Yeah, we getting this thing started. John Henry up in here. My right-hand man, Daniel M. What's going on? Daniel M., we got to start looking for these one techs, but we got to get in these pads. I think we're getting in these pads on Sunday. We're going to see what we're working with, and then we're going. Let's go, Newhouse fam. He said, needed a coach who makes his players earn their spot on the roster, no handouts. He working towards it. Let's go. David J. in the crib. What's going on? Man, we about to get rocking. Let's go. Kelsey Williams. Let's go. Let's go. Kevin Hicks. He said, what up, people? John Jones, G Money. Yes, sir. New Jack Swing. Let's go. DJ's dad. Yes, sir. He said, I'm predicting 13-4. Wouldn't surprise me. If we can get this run game, if we can stop this run, I think we're going to be all right. Keystone Cowboy, appreciate you for reposting this stream. What's going on? Jared Thomas, good training camp today. Good things shown. And G, you called it on Jalen Hurts. These training camps from Philadelphia may be showing that he's not great in isolation as others. Yes, sir. Big Dal 8604. What's going on? Dak looking fluid. Man, you know I got to show y'all the footage today. Yes, sir. Blue Star, what up? You seen Rain Dakota Prescott? You know I got it. I got the footage. We gonna look at it later on. Gotta do it. Lord Nova 85. Dak owns filthy. Let's get out of here. Brian Worley. Yes, yes. I appreciate everybody coming on in. Richard Owens. Yeah, we gonna keep rocking. Hold on. Mikey 405 from Oklahoma City. What up? Uh-oh, my man C Bass in here. He gonna bring the bass. Bleeding Blue, I see you shooting on that Jimmy Johnson, Schotty on that Jimmy Johnson Kool-Aid. No doubt about it. I am too. Michael Green, what's going on? Hey, Michael Green. Hey, it's all green from camp, my brother. Let's go. Mike McCain in here. Gonna bring some pain today. Let's go. Mary Co. Let's go. DC4L. Again, Ice Cold Cowboy. Let's get this thing started. Man, I'm telling you, excited about this Cowboys season. The Cowboys are doing so many things right. So many things right. I still have my reservations about the run game, but I'm also confident the Cowboys are going to do something about it. I do not believe the Cowboys are going to flip over Mozzie Smith to a 3-tech/1 tech and not go actually and get us a 1 tech. I am confident that the Cowboys are going to make that move. So, again, patience is a virtue. We're going to watch and see what happens over the next 2 weeks, and I think the Cowboys are going to start making their move. And I'll tell you this, I am not going to be surprised. Well, you know what? I would be surprised. I think the Cowboys have a lot of confidence in Jalen Tolbert. Got a Jalen Tolbert clip from the day. Jonathan Mingo clips, we saw those yesterday. So I think the Cowboys are saying we're good to go. And that we could endure maybe a slight injury for a couple of games if any one of our receivers got hurt. But nevertheless, I think the Cowboys are ready to go. DJ said every new sports analyst are taking the Cowboys lightly. They will see who we are. Oh, man, these boys going to be good, man. They are going to be good. Oak Cliff Rockefeller in the crib. What's going on? Let's go. All right. So let's get into this thing, man. We got this first... Let's move over here to this first interview. We got Brian Schottenheimer again. Brian Schottenheimer, another presser. No surprise, of course. Excuse me. No surprise that we got another presser. And so we're going to go and check out. Let's go and check out this thing with Brian Schottenheimer. All right, I'm multitasking. Y'all give me a second. I'm telling you, I had equipment failure this morning, man. I am telling you, this is really getting me upset. But nevertheless, we're going to get this thing going. All right, so let's check this thing out now that we have with Brian Schottenheimer. It's like every time Brian Schottenheimer speaks, he's always giving us some great news, always got some great things going. So we're gonna check. Let's check this out right here. Let's go ahead and pull up Brian Schottenheimer. I'm sorry, I got the Also Diggy's Do It thing up. I was gonna watch it, didn't get a chance to. So we're gonna watch Brian Schottenheimer, day three. More good things to say about the Dallas Cowboys and how the Dallas Cowboys are taking care of business. All right, I think I got everything going. Let's get this thing rolling. All right. Man, I'm telling you, y'all gonna have to forgive me. Boy, I'm telling you, I had an equipment breakdown today, and I'm having the blues right now. I'm having the blues clues. All right, let's get this. Hold on a second. All right. This is a part of life. Things happen. 'Cause, 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 Right, we having Blues Clues up in here. I am telling you. All right, let's get this thing started. All right, maybe that's the wrong video. Let's try it again. All right, we ready to go. Let's go.
I definitely will not.
On the shenanigans at practice yesterday.
Did you guys hear what I said?
Talking about the fight at practice yesterday.
No, here's the deal. I definitely will not. My wife was already on me last night about a few things I said. Here's the deal. I love the intensity. You know, I love the intensity. These guys are working their asses off. I love that. But again, like we've talked about, there's a tempo that we discuss every day. We've talked about it multiple times. There's going to be those events that happen during a game. If you throw a punch, you're getting kicked out of the game. And along with that, you're getting fined about $45,000.
Yeah.
So do we have the discipline to, when those things happen, not only not throw a punch, but sometimes it's better to go and grab your own guy. Go and grab your player, your brother, and pull him out of the fray so he doesn't do anything messed up. But I love the way they're practicing, but it went too far. And I had warned them before, and I've made it very clear. We're not throwing punches. If you throw a punch, there's going to be a consequence, just like in a game, and you're out of practice. So,
Outside of the fight, I know the first practice you weren't too happy. Was the second practice better to your liking outside of the fight?
yeah, we talked about that. I thought the energy in the second practice was excellent. I thought the running was the standard that we're looking for. They ran, which was really great to see, but it was clearly different. So is that part of the ramp up? Is that them kind of getting?
See, and I appreciate what Brian Schottenheimer's saying right here. I was a little bit perturbed yesterday. Some people obviously want this franchise to be ran like some kind of gangster organization, talking about they liking the players fighting. You know what? I like a lot. I don't mind some of the mixing it up. But when you start throwing punches, Marquise Bell throwing a punch, hitting one of the players in the neck, and he had to take a knee for a while. Come on, man. We don't need to be doing that stuff. You know, a little bit of pushing and shoving here and there, you know, shoulder to shoulder in each other's face. We know things are getting pretty tense. Everybody is so excited. This is what happens when you start talking about a lot of energy. This is what you talk, what some of the stuff you get when you start talking about competing as far as guys getting in each other's face. But we have to understand we're the team. And it's not personal. And the last thing we want to do is have somebody out here hurt. And we don't want that kind of uncontrolled energy spilling over into the season, especially being one of the most penalized teams in the National Football League last year. So we got to do better. So I am glad Brian Schottenheimer is getting a hold of this stuff, getting all in these guys' faces, telling them, man, we ain't having this stuff. We are a team. Don't take it too far. And even CeeDee Lamb said this yesterday. Don't take it too far. There's only so far we are going. Yep, Know How Fam said this is a coach. He said that is a coach. No doubt about it, man. You gotta tell him when it is and when it isn't. Man said, not my fault. We don't have good defensive tackles. Blame the Joneses. Hey, I think we're gonna get some. Let us keep watching. Yeah, Oak Cliff Rockefeller, Schotty swag is bleeding through the camp. Yes, sir. Schotty is showing discipline, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. I like what he's saying. Let's keep rocking.
Their legs up underneath them a little bit, but again, we show the good, we show the bad, we talk about that, and we make it very clear to them, hey, this was successful, this wasn't, this was to the standard, this wasn't, and yesterday was much better.
Clarence Hill, the LLS.
Try to keep it already getting fined.
Is that a fine line? Because you said earlier you want a physical ass camp, and you got compete every day, and guys are competing with jobs and roles, and so you want the intensity just to win, not to cross the line. Is that what you're talking to them about?
Yeah, and again, like we teach it, as we're looking at this.
I'm giving Clarence Hill credit because Clarence Hill is saying something. It's very simple. It's a fine line you're walking here. You're telling guys to compete every day, be aggressive, a lot of energy. And again, like I said, this is some of the stuff that happens. So you really got to stay on top of this so that it doesn't spill over into punches. Because that's not what we're looking for. We're not looking for fighting. We're trying to get some, we're trying to make sure we got some dogs, but we don't want the dogs fighting each other. That's not what we want them doing. So I like the way that Schotty is like, heck no, we ain't gonna have this now. No doubt. DJ's dad said, I predict the Cowboys will defeat the Eagles in September. I think they're gonna have a great opportunity. If they can stop the run, they're gonna beat them. Blue Star said, he said, you remember Dez? You can't cover me, you definitely can't cover me. He was a different breed. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Had a lot of controlled energy. Uncle Charles, what up? He said, don't fight each other. Fight the team that you're going to play. Yeah, controlled energy. Yep, J.D. Coleman, I definitely agree. Penalties are going to go down because of this coaching staff. Daniel M said, Schotty is not going to put up with all the pampering from these players. If you hurt your teammate, then you're hurting the team. And Schotty needs to set that standard. No doubt. And that's exactly what he's talking about. Got to be real careful. Ron Hanna, we just got this thing started. All right, let's go. We're going to keep rocking with Schotty. Mikey 405, he said, I'm liking them Schotty vibes. Yeah, me too. Me too. Robert Shook said, set the tone early. Let them know. No BS. Or in the words of Deion Sanders, them Christian curse words, no bull junk. Let's go.
This, Clarence, like yesterday we were in helmets. So when you're in helmets, you're a little bit smarter. You want to be smarter because if the guys fall and things like that, right, you worry about guys just falling on shoulders and things like that. Sometimes it's going to happen. Like we were running a game yesterday in one of the team periods, and it was a TE game, and the lineman was blocking the guy, and they kind of stumbled into each other. That happens. Today we'll have the soft spiders on. We'll have the shells. So you'll see it turn up even a little bit more.
Oh, okay.
The receivers and DBs will be a little bit more combative. We call it play the ball live.
I see.
We call it bust the triangle on defense. And but these guys have been amazing. Anything we've asked, they've done. And the excitement and the buildup of wanting to be in pads, like they've been practicing for a while. And I love that competitive nature. It just can't get into where we're throwing punches and hitting people and things like that.
Nah, you don't want to do that. And you don't want to start getting chippy and knocking people on the ground. Okay, I see what they're talking about. We got these little pads like you would wear in a suit, baby. I guess they got a little bit more protection on, so you're gonna see a little bit more bumping. But we got to be careful with that because, man, you get guys knocked on the ground. Justin Fields today, they got after him, and everybody knows already you don't get after the quarterback. Well, they got after Justin Fields. Justin Fields winds up, I think, either falling on the ground or something, and now that joker got a dislocated toe. That is not the kind of stuff that you want happening around here. So you gotta keep people disciplined. Controlled energy. Yeah. Catherine said, she said, we sweeping them trash birds. I tell you this, we beat them opening game. We're gonna beat them in Dallas, no doubt. Mike McCain said, that's the thing Jason Garrett and Mike McCarthy had problems with. Penalties. Killed us in the playoffs, no doubt. Kept other teams' drives going. Killed us during the seasons, too. Alabama says, discipline is the lesson. No doubt. Less penalties. Self-inflicted plays hurts the team. It's been a staple here for years. Ice Cold Cowboy said, Rumble in Oxnard. Next on Netflix, Cowboys Life. No doubt. Robert Baker says, Shorty is what this team needs. Discipline. They haven't had it since Parcells. No doubt. No doubt. 2017 versus Broncos, Dez couldn't do anything versus Aqib Talib. Hey, man, boy, that boy Aqib Talib was a different type of cornerback, though. What's going on, Christopher Gibbs? He said, what's going to be the new narrative if we win the whole thing? Man, you know it's going to be all Schotty, man. It'll be all Schotty. And I think Dak will get a lot of credit, too. They win, Dak will get that monkey off his back for sure. They'll still be the naysayers, but Dak will get that monkey off his back. Mike Smooth, what's going on, fam? Yes, sir, Alabama. Yeah, them real pads gonna be on Sunday. That's what I'm looking forward to. Oak Cliff Cowboy said he's separating the FO miss, the front office miss, and players are buying in. They got rings. We don't. Woo! Yes, sir. Jamalism, what up? Appreciate you. Said just joined. Man, I was laughing so hard when CD broke the ankles on that dude. Caleb Carson, man, I had to repeat that like 100 times last night, boy. Boy, I'm telling you, Dustin Roberts, he said, I'm pumped for this season. Yes, sir, me too. The depth we have now is exciting. We have a lot of potential. Yeah, I agree with you. Robert Shook in the crib. I said the same thing. Robert Shook, I call it the Jimmy Johnson barometer. I'm getting that 91-ish feeling. Not quite 92, but I'm getting that 91-ish feeling that we're on the verge of being 92. And I believe we could escalate to 92 real fast if we take care of a couple of more things before the season starts. Ray Parrish, that's the question I'm already having. I've been saying it. Can we stop the run? We not only need hey, Ray, it's not just a veteran one tech. No, we need a true one tech. A true one tech. Because right now, Toya, that's where the veteran comes in. And we need a veteran. I don't want just some teams castaway. No, it is pretty obvious that that Toya is probably going to be a part of the future. Let's get somebody in here that's going to be here a couple of years. Let's get somebody that's going to be in here a couple of years so we can kick and not have to go back next year and go back to the well trying to figure out what we're going to do. Let's kind of get some of this stuff figured out now. All right, let's roll with Schotty. Let's go.
That's Brian Todd Archer with ESPN. Pre-practice, players are stretching. We see you go around, but it looks like every coach goes to every player. What's the reason behind that?
So if you watch it, it's what we try to do is it's a brotherhood. It's a fellowship. When we do the stretch, offensive coaches go to the defensive players. Defensive coaches go to the offensive players, and they get a chance to visit and talk a little bit of shit, have some fun, but connect. And again, we're all in this thing together. It's going to take all 90 guys and all 24 staff members that we have, and that is done on purpose. The other thing you'll see is everybody touches the ball. We're all about the ball, so it doesn't matter whether it's the O-line, the D-line, the receivers. When they're coming back from the second part of the stretch, everybody's catching a ball and having to secure it. Why? Because at some point they're all going to be touching the ball in the course of a game, and we want them comfortable with that. So there's ways to get through stretch and have multiple things done, and that's what we're trying to do.
I'm still giving Brian Schottenheimer his credit for observation. There are so many of these whispers we were hearing last year. I remember Mike McCarthy late in the season, in what was it, his 5th year? Mike McCarthy starts saying, now we're going to start going across the hall. And he went extreme with it. We're going to have other players in other players' rooms. You know, the other coaches, they need to know what the other coaches are doing, blah, blah, blah. Bro, you way too late, man. Schotty is already implementing this stuff. Schotty's making sure, hey, I want the defense to know who the offensive coaches are. Offense, know who the defensive coaches are. I want all of this intermingling. Yesterday, Dak Prescott threw an interception to Kaiir Elam. What does Dak Prescott do? Dak Prescott goes on the sideline and talks to Kaiir Elam and asks Kaiir Elam, what did he see? What did he see? What made him go for that interception? I mean, that is a very powerful thing already, that these guys are trying to use each other as resources. And I told y'all this before. The thing that always bothered me under Mike McCarthy, the thing that bothered me under Jason Garrett, it always seemed like 2 or 3 different teams. It was Jason Garrett's offense. It's Jason Garrett's offense against whoever's defense. It was Mike McCarthy when he finally took the play calling from Kellen Moore. It was Mike McCarthy's offense, Dan Quinn defense, and then Bones Fossil's special teams. And it was like they all were playing 3 different games. None of them are on the same page. We saw in week 9 in Atlanta. Not only in week 9, I can't remember who was it in week 8. You're running a fake punt on your own end of the field, and you're only down by what, 3 points? I mean, just bone-headed individual decisions. Brian Schottenheimer is making sure all these guys understand you coach positions, but you're also a coach in this team. And all the coaches need to be driving the culture. All the coaches need to be driving the culture. This is a family. The coaches and the players are connected. I can appreciate this because I'm telling you, this team to me has seemed disconnected and discombobulated for at least a decade now. For at least a decade. I even thought it was discombobulated under Bill Parcells. This is the most cohesive I've seen a Cowboys team be since Jimmy Johnson. That's why I'm using the Jimmy Johnson barometer. I'm around 91-ish. This is starting to feel like, whoa, this is coming together. Coming together like, man, I think we're about to flash. We're going to put teams on notice this season. We're going to flash. And if we get some luck, like you need, if we get some luck, stay healthy all the way down to the end, I like our chances because the Cowboys are actually going to get healthier as we get towards the end. Savon Revel Jr., I think he's actually going to be back for the first game of the season. We'll get Trayvon Diggs back somewhere during the season. We gonna get our man Demo back somewhere during the season. The Cowboys will continue they will get healthier if they can stay healthy. It's a battle of attrition. Who's ever the healthiest at the end, who's ever on a roll at the end, whoever gets some breaks, some luck. If the Cowboys can stay healthy to the end, man, anything can happen. So I'm liking all of the foundation that they're laying early. All right, let's roll.
You used the phrase a second ago. Can you explain bust the triangle? Like, what's the coaching point there?
Yeah, so when a receiver extends to make the play, right, this is what's the triangle. When you put your hands together, that's the triangle. So if you're throwing me a ball, that's the triangle. What the DB's taught is he's playing the defender, the man, and once the ball starts to go and the receiver starts to raise his hands, his job is to bust the triangle, break up the hands, because if my hands aren't together, then obviously I can't hold on to the football. So it's a very specific coaching point that you'll see our guys, D.A. and Andre Curtis, do a great job of teaching that. And there was a great clip yesterday with the Booth on Pickens. That was busting the triangle. Now, he wasn't supposed to do that yesterday because we were in helmets, but today all that stuff is good and great example of what bust the triangle is.
Now, I believe I got a play that's going to show an example of this. Someone else did it again today on the defense. Made a great play, I believe it is, on Paris Campbell. I'll show you that today. Busted up the triangle. They did it again yesterday. But the Dallas Cowboys defense, the reason why I'm still hesitant on the Cowboys defense, they're looking like, this looks similar to Dan Quinn's defense to me. It looks very similar to Dan Quinn's defense. Winning the turnover battle. I showed y'all yesterday. I'm not impressed. We led the league in turnovers. Didn't even lead us to the NFC Championship game. I believe the key for this team is stopping the run, just like it's the key for any other team that wants to make a Super Bowl run. Defenses travel well, run games travel well. Defenses win championships, offenses score points. If we can figure out how to stop the run, man, we're going to be good to go. But I'm not concerned. I'm not concerned about how this team is going to pass rush. I'm not concerned. I think our secondary is really good. I'd like to lock it down with Gilmore. But I think for the most part, the Cowboys are counting on Kyrie Elam. I think he's going to come up big. Savon Revel Jr. is going to come into his own. Trayvon Diggs is going to come back. We'll see what that do. I say if Trayvon Diggs is healthy, Trayvon Diggs will get better as the season goes, and we'll see how good he gets. DaRon Bland, I'm not worried about. I would still like to lock it down, though, because after watching Kalen Carson getting the tendons and the bones broke out of his knees and ankles yesterday, I would still like for the Cowboys to bring in Stephon Gilmore and maybe put him in some kind of rotation too. But my only reservation for this Cowboys defense is this defense's Achilles heel has always been stopping the run. We haven't stopped the run since Jimmy left. We've been that bad. So that's my reservation. If we can get that figured out, hey, I'm gonna say we went from 91-ish to 92-ish. But again, not concerned about some of the stuff he's talking about with the defense. That's the same type of stuff Quinn did, and our defense did very well with that stuff. But I'm looking, hey, when are you gonna start talking about, bro? We have a definitive plan to stop the run. A definitive plan.
On the show with the Athletic, George Pickens went down, looked like it was just some cramping, but do you expect him to be full go today?
Yeah, I think it was just a cramp. But again, like I said yesterday, with all the injuries, I leave this deal and I go talk to the guys. I kind of know what the practice is. It's 3 days in a row. So we'll see.
See you,
I'll have a lot more
Alabama.
information, but it appeared to be just a cramp.
Do you expect Ron Bland to be back?
What up, Real Daryl?
I don't think so. He's dealing with a personal issue with his wife, getting ready to have a baby. And so obviously excited and praying all great wishes for he and his family.
Talking about DaRon Bland. DaRon Bland, I think, is having a kid.
This running back situation and just kind of like how you're building a roster. Do you see an offense where you have to have two backs philosophy-wise for these guys to be fresh throughout a game? Or do you even see a scenario where you have three backs that you alter throughout?
Yeah, again, we probably played too much into this last year. Of course, I'm talking about myself and Mike in terms of running back by committee. And, look, at the end of the day, it's early. If we have a guy that clearly wins the starting job, then he'll be the starting guy. Is he the bell cow? Like, there's all these cool words that go with, oh, he's a bell cow, or he's the man, he's the stud, or whatever. Let's let these guys compete. And it does take more than one. It usually takes more than two. You talk about, Hunter Lepke, is he one of the two? Well, shit, he plays a bunch of football for us. And
No.
Really, really like the young guys that we drafted. I talked about Jaden the other day, Phil Maffa. I just didn't see him in the spring, and now I'm seeing him. I really like what I see. He's doing a great job. So we're not ready. We're a long ways away, and I love that you asked the question, but we're a long way from knowing what this is going to look like. And in a 22-game season, whatever it ends up looking like, you're going to need all those bodies.
Yesterday.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. 17 games. 3 games in the playoffs. A Super Bowl. Schotty's got Super Bowl aspirations, guys. I'm just telling this up front. Schotty, I believe, and I'm sure every coach has Super Bowl aspirations. But I think Brian Schottenheimer wants to shock the world. And I know that's a bold statement. Brian Schottenheimer seems like he wants to shock the world. Super Bowl first season. Man, I'm telling you, I got a strange feeling we're going to flash, and we're going to flash hard. I believe we're going to flash hard. And I think we're going to have everybody terrified at how close the Cowboys are going to get. Not sure if they're going to be able to get all the way over the hump, but I think the Cowboys are going to shock people at how high they're going to get on that hump. And then by next season, I believe the Cowboys are going to be a juggernaut. And I like something that he's saying. I'm telling y'all up front, y'all tell me what you think. I don't want to see no stupid running back by committee. It sucked last year. I believe if the Cowboys, I was screaming for this, had the Cowboys started Rico Dowdle from day one, from game one, I'm sorry, Rico Dowdle right now would have a way bigger contract. He'd either probably still be with the Cowboys or Rico Dowdle would have had a better contract with someone else. But Rico Dowdle, had the Cowboys let Rico Dowdle start from the beginning, I believe Rico Dowdle would have been a 1,500-yard back. They would have got better and better down the stretch in their blocking game. I believe they would have won more games, and I don't even think Dak Prescott gets hurt. One of these running backs needs to emerge as the starter, and I'm going to tell you who I believe it is early on. From everything I'm seeing in camp, 2 days and now 3. Miles Sanders looks like he is going to hold that ball for us when we go against the Philadelphia Eagles. And I'm going to tell you something. Miles Sanders, because he's played, obviously, for the Philadelphia Eagles, you watch what I tell you. Miles Sanders is going to absolutely ball out on the Philadelphia Eagles on September the 4th. I believe our opening day running back is going to be Miles Sanders. I wouldn't be surprised if Javonte Williams becomes maybe a practice squad guy. And I'm just telling you right now, I've seen some stuff that I like from Deuce Vaughn in training camp. I'm not buying the Deuce's loose talk. I'm just not buying it. Because every time you tell me that Deuce Vaughn's going to get the ball, I'm wondering in my mind, why are you not letting Jaden Blue do that? Because Jaden Blue, I think, is going to emerge too as a part of the plan, and I think he's going to be the change of pace back for the Cowboys. And I think as the season goes, Phil Maffa is going to emerge, and he's going to start getting into the play. He's going to start getting some reps too. I think the Cowboys running game, I have no doubt about it. The line is going to be better, and I think the run game is just going to be better overall, simply because no more single high safety on the Dallas Cowboys. No more single high safety. I wish you would run single high safety on the Cowboys and bring that safety down to stop the run. You're going to have hell to pay, because now you're going to have to either deal with CeeDee Lamb 101, Ferguson 101, or George Pickens 101, or even Jalen Tolbert 101. You ain't going to win. You are not winning against this team. You're not winning against this team when it comes to the passing game. You're not going to win. I do think that is going to help us open up the run game. And I'm telling you, I believe Miles Sanders is going to run with a vengeance. All indicators right now from camp is showing Miles Sanders is emerging as the starting back. But we're going to see what happens once they get them pads on Sunday. I think we're going to really see what we have going on then. Let me see. Let's get to some comments here. Then I'm going to go back to old Schotty Shot. Warren Miles, I like the energy, G. Me too. Me too. Mills 36, what up? What you mean? Good to see you. Mills 36 says, simple formula, great defense and run the ball. Not just for big time yardage, but to control the game, time of possession, domination, pound on the other team into submission. Simple formula. I see no lies. That's why I'm concerned about where are they now. And I'm not necessarily concerned. He said it's early. I agree. It's early. The Cowboys are going to have plenty of time to bring in a one tech. I think they're going to get those pads on. They're going to see what they are. They're going to get the Rams in here, do the little combined scrimmages that they do. And the Cowboys at that point in time, you watch what I tell you, the Cowboys will start working on that one tech. They're going to start working on that one tech. I think they are going to put some trust in Jay Toya, but they're not going to put all their trust in Jay Toya. Quinn Warner, I agree. Move Hunter Lipke to tight end. There's no way he's going to get any game at the running back position. I don't even think you need him for goal line no more, because you got Miles Sanders. I'd rather have Miles Sanders on the goal line than Hunter Lipke. I would put Hunter Lipke in that tight end position at some point. Blue Star says, Schotty, in with you, my guy. He said, I want to cry my eyes out for happiness when D4K holds that trophy for the Dallas freaking Cowboys. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm so wanting this generation to see it. I'm wanting this generation to see it. Alabama, running back by committee. Yes, I said it, man. Sucked. Running back by committee sucked, he says, because Zeke was done. I think running backs, like anyone else, you got to let them get going. You got to let them rev it up. You got to let them get that motor going. And when they get on the road, you let them go. Jaden Blue is going to be the change of pace back. That's who I believe it's going to be. But I think Miles Sanders is going to be the man. All right, let's see here. Let's get some more Schotty in. I'll come back to some comments.
Has Micah Parsons come up to you yet?
Yeah, Micah, about Wildcat. Oh, I can't tell you guys who the Wildcat quarterback is. What if it was Beebe? Maybe it was Cooper Beebe that wanted to be. I mean, he is a wild.
Man, let me tell you something. I believe Micah Parsons, if they would let him, he could run the Wildcat. He was a running back in high school, man. He looked pretty good. Shoot, he looked pretty good. Micah Parsons could run the Wildcat for us if we wanted him to, but I don't think it's going to happen. I don't even think it's going to be a lot of the Wildcat. I think the Wildcat is going to be an excuse for the Cowboys to use Cavonte Turpin even more. Has anybody not noticed how much the Cowboys are using Cavonte Turpin, which a lot of us were asking last year, why in the world is Mike McCarthy not using the fastest man on the field more? A lot of us were asking that last year. Well, Brian Schottenheimer's answering the questions. He's saying, we're going to use him. And I think he'll be the Wildcat guy.
Wildcat, Kansas State. I think Philly's drawing that up. Coach Fangio's drawing that up with Cooper Beebe back there and Dak snapping it to him. We're not doing that, Vic. Don't worry about it.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com. It seems like even going back to OTAs, Kyer Elam's kind of been all over the place and making plays. With the amount of injuries that you guys have at the cornerback position, how welcome has that been, to have him seemingly getting more comfortable on a fresh start?
Yeah, confident, man. He's playing with a lot of confidence. You watch him, just the way he's reading splits. He plays the game the right way. He studies. He's on top of splits awareness and relating to receivers based on their split. The guy's outside.
My sister Angie. I'm sorry, Niecy. My sister Niecy in the crib. What's going on, Niecy? Looking forward to some of your banter in the chat. Appreciate you. Good to see you in here. Let's get it.
And he's like 4 yards outside. He moves inside and all things that a veteran player do, which Kyer's not young, but again, he hasn't played for 10 years. So I just think he's playing with a ton of confidence. He's getting his hands on the ball. Great interception yesterday. So I think he's playing with a lot of confidence, playing at a high level, and of course that's good for us.
If I'm not mistaken, Kyer Elam got another pick today and dropped 2 others. I told us from the beginning, Kyer Elam is going to ball out for the Cowboys. He gonna ball out. Kyer Elam is no punk. I'm telling you, Buffalo gave up on this guy way too quick. And one of the reasons why they gave up on him too quick was the guy who he got drafted with also emerged as a very good cornerback while Kyer Elam got hurt. And y'all already know your best ability is availability. And when you come back and you playing hurt, don't nobody care you playing hurt. Who care? Nobody want to hear you playing hurt. And it's a catch-22. And if you don't play slightly hurt and try to get back and perform slightly hurt, some guy comes in and performs, and then you on the bench. The last thing you want to give the guy that's under you, the guy that's next to you, the last thing you want to give him is reps. If he's good, you'll mess around and he'll take reps. So you want to be on the field for all the reps, and that's what wound up happening. Sister Brandy Mahoney, what's going on? I'm excited for this year too. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Let me see here. Let me get a couple of comments, then we're going to go back to Schotty. I want to make sure we get through this today. Yeah, I want to make sure we get through this today because I want to really talk about Stephen Jones. Bleeding Blue said, we should turn Lipke into another Moose Johnson. I would love that too. Man, I would love the I formation sometimes. I would love to see a leading back, the San Francisco 49ers, do it from time to time for Christian McCaffrey. I would love to see that split backfield, still with that leading back. I would love to see that for Hunter Lipke. And I think it would bring some versatility because sometimes you can hand it off to Hunter Lipke the same way the San Francisco 49ers do. Who was the guy they do that for? Rathman? I would love to see them do that. No doubt about it. I would love to see him do it. Archie Lean, what up? He said, I think by the second preseason game, we'll get a one-tech. Me too. Me too, Archie Lean. If not before, I think we will definitely get one by the second preseason game. No doubt about it. Yep, Brandon Cup, white move, Hunter, run the power I. I'm with you on that. Yep, I'm with you on that. I'd love to see it too. Niecy said, I don't trust Lipke. Boy, Niecy, you already back in here cutting up and telling the truth. Y'all remember Hunter Lipke down there at that goal line fumbling that ball? Niecy said, I don't trust Lipke at the goal line. He gets jittery too much for me. Yep. Hey, thanks for bringing that back to our recollection, Niecy. No doubt about it. I remember him down there at that goal line. Straight up. Let me see something here. Milton did it in the Vols. Oh, you talking about the Wildcat? You know what, Oak Cliff Rockefeller? I hope the Cowboys don't do it a lot, but I have a strange feeling they're gonna have some packages for Joe Milton. I really do. I think they're gonna have some. We'll see how it goes. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But I got a strange feeling the Cowboys could easily get later on down the line and start bringing in Joe Milton for some of the stuff we saw Trey Lance with. And I think it'll all depend on how much, maybe if they're not struggling in the red zone again, they started trying to bring Trey Lance in for some of the red zone stuff, some of the third and short stuff. But again, got some videos. Hey, Dak Prescott looking pretty good running the ball. We'll see how it goes. Gwen Bowden, what's going on? She said, gee, the Cowboys going to rock the house this year. I believe so too. Coach S will have them boys ready. I believe you. No doubt about it. Bleeding Blue said if Schotty brings a Super Bowl to Dallas after 30 years, shoot, man. I believe this is what hey, Bleeding Blue, I believe Brian Schottenheimer is trying to shock the world. Let me tell you something about Brian Schottenheimer. When Mike McCarthy talked about winning the Super Bowl, didn't really sound authentic to me. And it didn't sound authentic to me because he was always kind of like, I won one before. I know how to win another. Yeah, okay, I got you, Mike. That's why you ain't won another one. Jason Garrett, it was never, I never quite got Super Bowl vibes. Bill Parcells. I never got Super Bowl vibes from Bill Parcells, but I was hoping for a Super Bowl. Brian Schottenheimer is the first coach since Jimmy Johnson that when he says we're going to win a championship, I believe it. He's the first coach since Jimmy Johnson. When he says it, I believe it. I believe it because he's the first coach to me since Jimmy Johnson that Jerry and Steven seem to be fully behind. And I mean fully behind. I believe it. He's believable. He's more believable to me than any coach the Cowboys have had in a long time.
We've known about Kyer for a while. He's a Gator. I mean,
shoot, Kyer
I've known
is a
about
baller
him for a while. I know his dad, and so I'm really excited for him. But again, it's picking up. We got pads coming on, and but so far it's been great.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. Matt Eberflus is kind of known externally as a guy who didn't like the blitz very much, but you kind of look at his blitz rates over the years, they've kind of increased. Have you seen like a Matt Eberflus that's kind of embracing more blitz? I saw a couple yesterday. Have you seen a change in him since maybe when you went up against him in Indy?
Well, we had to move the ball period yesterday, call period, and he definitely adopted that. I was talking to Dorsey. I was like, damn, is he blitzing us every play? And they've got some really good things in. I think what Flus, his belief is, which I agree with, if you can get home with 4, that's great. If you're struggling to get home with 4, or if teams are trying to max protect, which we're going to get a lot of chip help on the edges to try to knock at, then blitzes become more important. So there's no question in my mind that we've got the balance that we can go attack people with 4-man rush and not have to bring an extra rusher. But we also have some exotics that have been extremely difficult for us to pick up. And again, he'll dial them up at the right time.
Now, I'm going to be patient with Matt Eberflus, and I'm going to tell you why. I remember back during his first interview, and Clarence Hill was asking him about stopping the run. I don't know if y'all remember, but Matt Eberflus said, we need the personnel. We're going to stop the run, but we need the personnel. So maybe the reason why Matt Eberflus's defense, because again, y'all, follow what I'm telling you. Follow what I'm telling you. I know some people are not going to like it because I know we want to be high on all the Cowboys coaches. I'm high on Matt Eberflus. But I'm also hearing Dan Quinn. Do we not realize this is what Dan Quinn did? Dan Quinn blitzed a lot when he was with the Cowboys. Dan Quinn's defenses with the Cowboys lived on blitzes. And they also died on them. They died on that hill. They lived on them and they died on them. Matt Eberflus's defensive style, from what my understanding is to try and rush for. He also, from what my understanding is, his 3 tech, not his 1 tech. I mentioned this in my Matt Eberflus video. I'm going to go and see if I can find this in my notes. I'm going to make a point. We're going to talk about Matt Eberflus some more today. Matt Eberflus relies heavily on his 3 tech. And so he also likes to line a linebacker up over, if I'm not mistaken, his 3 tech to help him stop the run. So with Matt Eberflus, rush, like he said, rush 4, and then the linebackers, they help in the run stopping. Their pursuit has got to be A1. They got to know their gaps. They have to be very disciplined. He has a very reactionary defense. Dan Quinn. I'm telling us, we may not realize this because the older I get, I know I don't remember stuff like I used to, but I can remember this. This stuff sounds like Dan Quinn. I can remember them saying in the Dan Quinn defenses, yeah, we don't want it to be overly complicated. I can remember Dan Quinn saying stuff like, I want my players reacting. I don't want them thinking. Dan Quinn. Matt Eberflus, we're hearing the same stuff. And when it came to stopping the run, Dan Quinn would run blitzes. He would bring that extra guy in to stop the run. And this is what I'm hearing with Brian Schottenheimer. I'm not hearing definitively we're going to stop the run. I'm hearing Dan Quinn, big play defense. And I've seen where people are throwing around these numbers, showing his takeaway percentage. Can you show me a Super Bowl? Okay, don't show me a Super Bowl. Can you show me where it equated into an AFC or NFC championship game? Can you show me where his bend, don't break defense, high takeaway ratio, can you show me a championship level defense? Smoke and mirrors. And I'm not saying that in a bad way, but it's smoke and mirrors. Let me break it down for us, simple and plain. How good are you at stopping the run? You tell me you can stop the run, I'm going to tell you you're going to win in the playoffs. You tell me you can stop the run, I know you can rush the passer. You can rush the passer without being able to stop the run. But when you can stop the run, you put teams in a headlock because you make them pass the ball. These bend don't break defenses. Long drives. This is why I'm concerned. Long drives. Some of your drives are dependent upon, did you get to the quarterback? Are you not hearing with Brian Schottenheimer the language he keeps using? Why does he keep using pass rush? Our pass rush. what we're going to be able to do in the pass rush. Bro, you got to get people to the point of passing the ball before you can get them in the pass rush. Because if they're going to run you off the field, it's going to be very far and in between when you get them in 3rd and long. Now, you want to know what happens with these bend and break defenses? You want to know how they stop teams? When they get to the red zone. And the reason why they stop them in the red zone is because 10-yard end zone, everything's compressed. 20 yards, red zone. Now they get to use the end zone out of bounds as a 12th man. So they can do some things now because I can keep everything in front of me. But the problem is they got them in the red zone. And so these types of defenses are predicated upon success for one of these defenses. Hey, we held them to 3 points. We held them to 3 points. So what if the opposing team, let's say they get 7 drives. 5 of those drives, and let's just say of those 7 drives, they score 4 times. 2 field goals, 2 touchdowns. You have a 20-point game. What these defenses also depend on is a high-powered offense. You want to know why the Chicago Bears couldn't win last year? Matt Eberflus, using his bend-don't-break defense, put up some very good stats. But why did they get beat? Because they could not put up maximum points. I'm going to show y'all Matt Eberflus's defense today. I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to show you some things about his defense. We're going to go back, look at the box scores. I'm going to show you what he looked like because people keep saying when he took over for Chicago, how much better the defense was. I'm going to show you through the box scores exactly what I'm telling you. And my biggest concern is that the Matt Eberflus style of defense is not a championship level defense unless your offense consistently puts up buku points. And I mean buku points. And I believe the Cowboys will be able to put up buku points against most teams. But they're going to play some teams, bro, you ain't going to be able to put up buku points on some of these teams. I'm telling you, the Denver Broncos, them boys' defense is nasty. Kansas City Chiefs, Spagnola, hey, let me tell you something. Them boys' defense is nasty. You're just not going to be able to put up buku points on everybody. There are going to come some games where your defense is going to have to rise to the occasion and travel. I'm telling us, I have no doubt about this offense. They're going to put up points, major points. But I don't want this team to go back to 2022, 2021, 2023, that we have to outscore every team, and then you come up against a team like the doggone Green Bay Packers that can stop the run, rush 4, drop 7. And you got nothing but hell on your hands. We need a defense, and I'm telling us, we need a defense that on any given Sunday, shoot, we can hold a team to 10 points. Any given Sunday, we can hold a team to 10 points. That's the kind of defense we need. 20 ain't good enough for me. A defense that can hold everybody to 20 and then my offense going to score 27 points, not good enough for me. Now, I want a defense to go out there and say, hey, bruh, 6 points in the first half, 7 in the second, 13 points, done. 10 points, 6 points. That's the kind of defense I want. You put that defense in front of Dak Prescott in this offense, we are going to the Super Bowl. Straight up. Because there ain't a team in this league that can hold this team healthy, that can hold them below 20 to 23 points. Can't hold them below that. I don't want a team to even be close to 20 points. That's my point. I want a defense that says you lucky to score 13 today. I'm gonna show us all this with Matt Eberflus. I'm gonna let us hear the rest of Schotty, and then I'm gonna show you some of this stuff with Matt Eberflus. I'm not making this stuff up. I did the research on this. I'm not making it up. Derek Grimsley, he said, I hope they drop their safety down in the box. Then we will give them some of that speed we got down the field. And again, Derek, there will be no single high safety on this team. But there will be some teams that'll be able to rush 4 and drop 7. There will be some of those teams. We're playing some pretty good teams this year. They will be able to do that. And so we got to be able to stop. We're going to have to be able to really buckle down and stop some of these teams. I'm just telling us. Bleeding Blue said whoever they use for the Wildcats should have a little passing experience. I think it's going to be Kevontae Turpin or either CeeDee Lamb. That's who I think it is. Blue Star. Yeah, Dak's hamstring healed unbelievably fast. Yeah, for real. Poobie D. Mike's offense was dry. No doubt. I knew what play was coming from the formations. No doubt. Nisi says, I love 4, but I clutch my pearls when he runs. Me too. Let him be Brady-ish and just drop back and throw. We need him the entire season. Yeah, I agree with you on that too. I hope we don't have to resort to any of this pistol and Wildcat stuff. I'm kind of like Ghost of Mike McCarthy. I just think we're too good to resort to that stuff. I think for me, that's the kind of stuff I don't want to make it into the norm. I want it to be like, hey, this is something that we're going to bring out twice this year. We're not going to make it a staple of the offense. We're going to bring it out twice this season. And we're going to bring it out in some big games when we need it. In the playoffs, we'll do it 1 time. Maybe we'll do it 2 times. Maybe we'll do it 2 times and 1 time in the Super Bowl. But I don't want us to resort to it. Calvin Richard, what's going on? Appreciate that super chat. Calvin Richard said Tom Landry's flex defense was bend, don't break. They did stop the run, though. That's why it's called the flex. Now, Calvin Richard, that's where I was about to go. The personnel for the Tom Landry teams were unbelievable. The personnel for the Tom Landry teams were unbelievable in those Super Bowl years. Tom Landry is the inventor of so many defensive and offensive formations. And when you got those kind of super studs that the Cowboys had, you could call it bend, don't break. Man, them boys didn't even bend. Same point I made about the 92 Cowboys. Somebody said they were a bend, don't break defense. How can you call it the bend, don't break defense when you don't bend? Man, them 92 Cowboys had super studs on defense. 92, 93, super studs on defense. How you call it bend, don't break, and you're not bending? You're not bending. It's not bend, don't break. Them boys didn't give up big plays. The shootout games were far and in between. And you know the crazy thing is, those shootout games in 92, even though they went to the Super Bowl, you want to know what's crazy? They lost them. They didn't lose many games, but they had a couple of them shootout games. They lost them. But their defense was so good. Shoot, them boys hit that playoffs. It wasn't even competition. Wasn't even competition. Stephen White, what's going on? And again, this is where I am with Matt Eberflus. I think Matt Eberflus is doing what he needs to do with the personnel that he has right now. We'll see what happens if the Cowboys give him some more weapons, some more defensive weapons to do some things with. And I think we may see him revert back to the rush for more and kind of deal with the 7 back there as in helping stop the run or the pass. So we'll see how that goes. But I'm going to show y'all today. I told you I was going to do it last week. I'm going to show y'all this. I'm going to show you today about this thing with Matt Eberflus and his defenses. I just don't want us to get too high on this, and I don't want us to get too low on it. I just want us to hey, just understand what it is until maybe we get some better personnel. I think the personnel is good. We just don't really know what it is until we get the pads on. We know what the offense is. They've been out here showing out with no pads, but the defense don't get to show out until you get pads on. So we're going to really see what we got when we get the pads on Sunday and some of the rest of these practices. But I'm going to show y'all what I'm working with. Katharina Kiss, I think Angie is doing pretty good. I'm going to send her an email tonight. I think she's doing pretty good. I saw her make a post over on X congratulating Botch Lombardi on his 100,000 subscriber achievement on YouTube. I saw her comment on that, so I'm going to make sure I send an email tonight.
To it there, but how has just the chess match been between you guys so far, even just a couple practices in? How organic, how important is it to be organic in that regard even now?
It's been awesome. You know, again, I have a ton of respect, not just for Matt, but his whole staff. And, you know, Andre Curtis and I, we go back to Seattle together, and, you know, it's fun. You know, I think I'm starting to see, you guys will begin to continue to see just what a great staff we've put together. I mean, like, honestly, I'm not just standing up here saying, I mean, this is an incredible coaching staff in terms of the way they teach, the way they demand, the way they, you know, are on the field. You watch our individual drills. You see these guys, man, they are experts at the game of football. And you can get a lot out of that stuff. And when we get into the individual periods, which your individual periods will be a little bit longer today, that emphasis, man, for fundamentals, it makes a difference. Because if you take two evenly matched players, is what I believe, if you take two evenly matched players and in a 65-round game or 65-play game, the guy that's got the better foundation of fundamentals will probably come out on top because he's got more answers and more solutions based on how the guy wants to play them.
Hey, Coach, Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. Granted, the pads aren't on just yet, but you talk about a player like Ezraku, who had a great day yesterday. He's moving in multiple spots. Can you just talk about how impressive it is for a rookie to be such a technician in his pass rush and how that will allow versatility with what Eberflus does?
I think they barely stopped Donovan Ezraku, guys. If you hadn't heard, they barely stopped Donovan Ezraku in practice. Donovan Ezraku, on some of these plays that we're watching and people talking about, boy, that was a great play by Joe Milton and Dak Prescott. If Donovan Ezraku would have been able to put hands on him, those plays would have been stopped early on. Donovan Ezraku, I'm telling y'all, this dude is barely being blocked, man. He is just running past some of our offensive linemen. He giving us that work, and we need it. This dude is going to be fantastic for the Cowboys.
Yeah. How'd you guys know he had a good day? It jumped off the field, right? You guys are like, oh, there he is again. There he is again. There's that man again. The timing of his footwork for a rookie, the ability to take 2 steps and up and under is dynamic. Mm-hmm. His pass rush adjustments and how he can react off of how a guy plays him, whether you use an inside hand or an outside hand punch, is impressive. We're seeing what we loved about him on film. And the speed and the effortlessness that it takes to rush the passer is really good. But he also, again, to his credit, he's more than just a one-trick pony that's a pass rusher, man. He can set the edge with that length that he has, and having a really good camp.
Yep.
Joe Trahan, WFA TV. Coach, this is a little bit far afield, but please go here with me if you would. Did you happen to see what Scotty Scheffler said last week, his comments about perspective on his sport and how he views his place in golf and what winning means to him? And if you did, your family's been around this game so long, I'm curious about what you thought about it and how it translates to how you go about football.
Yeah, it would suck if I said no, right? But I actually did. I mean, it would suck to be like, okay, yeah, I didn't, so let me help you out, number one. I did. Somebody sent it to me because we're always looking for things to show the team. I think he was being vulnerable, which is great, and there's times like that. There's times when you go and you play incredibly tough game and you win it, and maybe it's a short week and you're just like, great win. You call the guys up, you're talking to them, you're like, hell of a job. And then you get on the plane or the bus, or you get in your car to go home, and you're like, damn, I had to go back and do this again. But what I feel is when you're doing it with people you love, and the biggest difference I would say to you is he plays a individual sport. We don't. So good times, bad times, I can put my arm around CeeDee Lamb and give him a hug. I can put my arm around Micah. I can be with Malik Hooker and cry with Malik and just be like, man, that was hard. Or just, hold up a player that's exhausted after a double overtime game or whatever it is. I think that's the difference with what we do. We play a team sport. And that's why, again, the culture and the connection is so important.
Coach Sam Gander, Fox Sports Dallas. CeeDee gave a pretty candid press conference yesterday. One of the things I thought was really insightful that he talked about was that he likes hanging around the defensive guys a lot because he's a physical wide receiver. I'm curious if you've seen the impact in just his style of play because of the fact that he likes to be around those defensive guys so much.
Yeah, actually, the first play of the move the ball period, I actually called a play that was for CD, and I looked in the huddle, and CD wasn't in there, and I was like looking over, and he was with some of the defensive guys, and then when he found out what the play was, he was like, no, I'll go. I was like, nope, you missed your chance. Again, we want that competitive spirit. We want them having fun. We want them going out there and doing it. But I will say this, and I said it to the team today, when your best players practice the way CeeDee Lamb does, it sets the precedence of how important it is. And the way he practiced yesterday lifts the spirits of everybody else, but it makes it that's the standard. And so I didn't see his press conference, but again, just in terms of him and how much fun he's having, I know he's thrilled to be back, but when he practices like that, it usually is going to be a pretty good practice.
Jonah Javad, WFAA. Brian, this is a little bit out of right field,
Okay.
But Dak Prescott, at least from my hearing, doesn't sound like he's doing the here we go pre-snap. Has that been a intentional change, if that's true, and if it is a change, how did that happen?
So you guys asked me this in the spring. I think I was misquoted, honestly. I said that we always tweak our cadence, but for those here we go lovers out there, there'll be some here we goes, but there'll also be some maybe things that it's not used. So, but I mean, why would we take it away when it's got TikTok memes and stuff like that? Like, why would we change it? But we always adjust it a little bit. And so the faithful here we go people, he does say here we go at times, and at times he doesn't.
Manipulating it or changing it?
Just to give yourself an advantage. You know, it's the biggest thing is for your opponents in the division, but also every defensive line coach in the league, they listen to audio of, you know, it's legal, unlegal, you know, but they all listen to it, so they get on to cadence rhythms and things like that. And so Dak's cadence is incredible. Not just the here we go part. I think you saw us get a free play yesterday where he got him to jump and we threw a ball to Terp. It's one of the best things that he does, man. And so we're going to let him do that. And but like everything we do, we're going to be multiple.
Brad Sham, 105.3, The Fan. I'm thinking about your reactions to the fracases. And I don't think this is terribly premature. I think that this team's been among the most heavily penalized team in the league 2 of the last 3 years at least. There's a head coach. Bill Parcells once famously said, I don't coach penalties. But head coaches have all different approaches. What's going to be your approach to penalties?
That's a great question, Brad. Yeah. That was from center field. We've had right field, left field. That's from center field. Here's what I would say. There's all types of penalties, right? There's pre-snap penalties, self-inflicted wound penalties where you jump off sides, you false start, legal motion, whatever it is, shaving. Those are unacceptable because we control those. There's going to be combative penalties that are going to happen. You know, a guy's going to get kind of edge and he's going to not want to, but as he's trying to come off the block, he maybe grabs or restricts the guy a little bit. That's going to happen. I do believe that being the most penalized team in the league is not a good thing. I don't condone that. I think we have more discipline. We'll have more discipline than that. And that's going to be coached. And so you got to coach these guys, make sure they understand the rules. But penalties happen, and they're going to happen. There's going to be flags. But the ones that we can control, which are the pre-snap ones and the self-discipline ones, we need to control those and keep those to a minimum.
Nicole Hutchison, Dallas Cowboys Media. I've seen Luke Schoonmaker take a lot of first-team reps in 12 personnel looks, something that we didn't see much of last year. Where have you seen Luke grow this offseason the most, and what's your confidence level in him taking on a bigger role this year?
I'm going to say this really to all you guys. I mean, it's not like I've sat up here and been a head coach very long. You guys ask great questions, and you notice things.
All right, let me hit this super chat real quick. I want to run through this video with a few interruptions because I want to get through it, let y'all hear all of it. Dak Prescott gave an interview. I want us to hear that. He just dropped the video, so I want to make sure we get a chance to hear what Dak Prescott has to say today. Star Guardian X, appreciate you. He said, "Gee, you got me a little nervous. Breakdown defense." Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show the video I did on it. I thought I had the notes and all the links to where I got all the information, but I can't find it. But If we don't watch the video, I think I can find a couple of the links. I've already found one of them, and I'm going to show you where I'm concerned about this Matt Eberflus defense. Appreciate that super chat, though. Bleeding Blue. He said we're going to beat some good teams this season. Let me tell you something. Book it. I believe we are going, that gauntlet that people said we're running, I believe we're going to beat the Raiders, and I think we're going to beat the Chiefs. I think we're going to win. I think we're going to win some games that people don't think we're going to win. I think the Cowboys are going to beat the Green Bay Packers. I think this is where I'm saying the Cowboys are going to flash. We could not beat the Green Bay Packers under Mike McCarthy, which is so ironic. Brian Schottenheimer will continue to erase Mike McCarthy from the memory of the Dallas Cowboys. And he's going to do things that Mike McCarthy never could do. We're already seeing the discipline. We're already seeing the energy. We're watching the practices and how detailed and how he's emphasizing the perfect practice. I find it to be strange how Dak Prescott kept complaining about those practices, and that's what he's emphasizing this year. We're watching where he's already talking about on offense. What are they going to do? They're going to run multiples. Why is he saying that? Because Mike McCarthy would line up in front of people and just say, this is the play I'm running, stop us, and they would stop us. We're watching Brian Schottenheimer erase Mike McCarthy. We won't even be making Mike McCarthy comparisons after this year. The ghost of Mike McCarthy going to have to change his name because that ghost will be gone. Brian Schottenheimer, I believe they are going to wipe out Green Bay this year. And when we wipe out Green Bay, I believe that's when the talk is going to start because people are going to say, mark my words, if we beat Green Bay, Brian Schottenheimer did something that Mike McCarthy couldn't do. And when Brian does it, y'all think this team is rallying now? They beat Green Bay. This team is going to do anything for Brian Schottenheimer because he is going to get them over one of the humps they couldn't get over with Mike McCarthy. I am telling us, I'm with you, Bleeding Blue. Yeah, we're going to win some games that nobody expects us to win. Nobody expects us to win.
Whether it's Kyer or whatever, Luke Schoonmaker's having a terrific camp. We're 2 days in, but he had a terrific offseason. He's moving great. His confidence is at all-time high. Actually, I was walking out to walking through one of the meetings with him and talking to him in one of the meetings, and I was asking him, I said, what feels different? He's like, my body feels great based on the way he trained and the way he prepped, and he spent a lot of time at Sports Academy in Frisco, and I'm telling you, these young players, they figure it out. And I think you're seeing a guy that is beginning to figure it out, but he's doing awesome. He didn't even get the ball. He ran a little 12-yard in cut and was being matched by a corner and kind of dropped him yesterday. He didn't get the ball, but it jumped off the film. It was like, whoa, that was awesome. And it's because, he feels good and his confidence is high. But again, thank you guys for noticing the guys that are doing good things.
Mike Ducey, Fox 4. You got into this a little bit a minute ago, but back to Dak. Since you've been working around him and working with him, in which areas has he improved most, in your opinion?
Well, there's some things I would say that I'm noticing with him. We talked a little bit about playing under center. That's been a little new for him, Deuce, when you talk about that. Not new for him. He's done it. All these guys play under center. Maybe not in college anymore, but a few teams. But probably just the footwork training from under center. We're trying to do some things with him. I'm not going to get in all the specifics of, some of the things we're doing in the shotgun and things like that. But this guy's a perfectionist, man. And for a guy that's had the accomplishments and done the things he's done, he reminds me so much of being around Andrew Luck, a guy that's had great success, but he's willing to try anything you throw his way. And, hey, coach me hard. I want that. Yeah, I can do that. Let me show you I can do that. So I think it's that willingness and that hunger to, hey, challenge me, coach. Challenge me to do different things, Schotty and Steve Shimko. And I think that's important because as you get up there in age, sometimes guys feel like they kind of know everything and they don't want to really be coached. And I haven't had many of those guys in my career because I don't get along very well with those guys. But he's not like that at all. It's been he's a joy to coach.
Coach KJ Doyle, KRGB, when
you kind of look at the NFC East, it's been one of the most competitive.
To compare Dak Prescott to Andrew Luck, man, that's some high praise right there. Shoot, man, let me tell you something. I believe Andrew Luck was about to be one of the best in the game. Andrew Luck was a beast. He just couldn't take the beatings no more. He couldn't take the beatings. But, man, to compare Dak Prescott to Andrew Luck, boy, yeah, he was nice. Gwen Bowden, gee, I can't wait for week 1 for the Cowboys when they play the Eagles. Me neither. And the Cowboys going to beat the speed limit on the Eagles. Let's get it, Cowboys. Let me tell you something, Gwen. I got a feeling that Miles Sanders is going to be the MVP of that game. Jameson Winston, Jameson Taylor, what up? Hope all is well health-wise. Gwen, I'm telling you, I believe Miles Sanders is going to absolutely dominate that game. Dominate that game, no doubt about it. Mark Vasquez says Osa going to have a big year. I think he has no choice but to have a big year because I'm going to show you in my research the 3-tech inside of Matt Eberflus's defense. It's pivotal. I think this is one of the reasons why Matt Eberflus is so excited about the Cowboys defense because he's got one of the top. He has one of the top 3 techs in the NFL in Osa Odigizua. Oh, he's excited. He's excited. And I think Solomon Thomas is going to be good for us too. Absolutely. I think Solomon Thomas is going to be solid too. Absolutely. I think he's going to be very good in that rotation. And don't count out Perion Winfrey. He makes this team. You watch what I tell you. That boy going to ball too. Let me tell y'all, Perion Winfrey hungry, man. Man, Perion Winfrey trying to feed his family. When you got a man trying to feed his family, man, let me tell you something. I had a cousin one time, and man, this dude could fight real good. This dude whooped everybody in the neighborhood. This was in middle school. And when he got to high school, he was a knockout artist. I mean, he was knocking out dudes. He's in 9th grade, knocking out singers, man. Knocking out men, grown men. I mean, he was a knockout artist. But I remember when we was in middle school, while he was beating up everybody, we had another cousin was hungry one day, and the guy told him, if you beat up Floyd, my cousin name was Floyd, he said, if you beat up Floyd, I'll give you the whole bag of plums. Floyd had beat this dude up many times, our cousin. He had beat him up many times. But when they offered up them bag of plums, boy, he beat the brakes off Floyd that day. That boy was hungry, man. Boy, that boy was hungry, boy. He beat the brakes off him for them plums. But boy, I'm tell you later on, after them plums and a few months later, Floyd turned around and whooped him like a stepchild. But when it came to them plums, man, it brought a different level. Boy, it brought a different level out of that man. So with Perion Winfrey, you watch what I tell you. That man hungry. He make this team, that boy gonna ball. Straight up. Cowboys gonna be nice at that 3-tech position. And I really do think they're counting on this 3-tech to be a big part of their run game. So we'll see. Nisi said, we allow so many players to walk because of not adding to their talent. And again, you know, that's the big thing I keep saying is that, man, you got to put talent around talent. If you don't put talent around talent, you waste it. You have to put talent around talent. All right, let me see. I got some good stuff. Okay, we're gonna look at Matt Eberflus in a moment. Or at some point, we're going to look at Matt Eberflus. But I kind of got the couple of these things I wanted us to look at. Okay, let's finish up Schotty. We got 8 more minutes. We're going to hear what he's got to say. And then I think what we'll do is we'll probably run the Dak Prescott real quick.
Divisions.
Hey, we got time today. We got time. So let's keep it rolling.
You know, when you look at the landscape this year with obviously 2 of the representatives in the NFC Championship game coming back into it, making some key improvements, what do you kind of make of what that division's kind of shaping up to be wise, competitive-wise this year?
Well, I'll steal a line from Jocko Willenick. I say good. That's what he says, good. I mean, it's what we want, right? It's going to be a competitive division. And we want to play these big-time games, these prime-time games against great people. Why? Because when you get into the playoffs, if you've had a easy go of it or anything like that, are you really prepared to go win a game on the road in the playoffs if you have to do that? No, you need battle scars and battle wounds and things like that. And It's a terrific division with great coaches, with tremendous talent. I think you see the fact that it's not been a repeat winner or whatever it's been over the past couple of years. It just shows you that those games are exciting, and the league's figured it out a little bit because now we're all playing our first 2 games against division opponents, and but I welcome those things, man. Like, we want those. Like, every game we play against a division opponent, whatever, it's another championship opportunity. And we don't get too high for the Eagles or the Commanders, and then we play somebody else and we take it easy. We don't do that. Every game's the same, but we know our division's extremely competitive, and it's going to be fun to compete against them.
Brandon Cupp, I like what you said. If we stop the run and they punt, that's a turnover to me because our offense will strike. I'm on that for real, for real. That's where I am. That's exactly where I am. And, as he talks about us playing the teams in our division, let's be clear. I don't think the New York Giants are going to be good. I think Brian Daboll is finally going to – this dude should have been fired 2 seasons ago. We have the Washington Commanders number. I'm sorry, we beat them with Cooper Rush and almost beat them with Trey Lance. Washington won't have a chance against the Cowboys. With the defense, with the pass rush the Cowboys have right now, just right now on paper, Dak Prescott healthy, and with George Pickens, sweeping the Commanders, I believe. Sweeping them. Almost swept them last year with backups. Sweeping them. I believe the Commanders take a huge step back this year. The league is going to catch up with Jaden Daniels, and we're going to they're going to take a step back. We're going to take a step forward. Philadelphia Eagles, it has been years since somebody has repeated as the NFC East champs. I believe the NFC East champs this season is going to be the Dallas Cowboys. Book it. It is not going to be the Commanders, I'm sorry. It is not going to be the Commanders. It is going to be the Dallas Cowboys. Book it. The Eagles are not going to repeat as NFC East champs. No way, no how. I think the Eagles are going to take a huge step back. Huge step back. It is hard to repeat a Super Bowl. It's hard to repeat as an NFC East champ. It is hard to beat the Dallas Cowboys with Dak Prescott being healthy. Dak Prescott is 33-8 against the NFC East. Why would it change? Dak has beat the NFC East with lesser weapons and lesser defenses. The NFC East is going to belong to the Dallas Cowboys. I believe that straight up. I don't think our competition is going to come from our own. I don't think it's going to come from the NFC East. I think our competition is going to come from, I can't remember the division that we're playing in the AFC, but it's coming from the AFC. These Denver Broncos, these Raiders, the Chiefs, no, those are going to be the games. I think the Cowboys are going to have a very good home record this year. We're not going to do that dumb stuff we did last year, barely winning at home. Nope, we're going to win. I believe we're going to probably win most of, if not all of our games at home. The road games are what I'm concerned about. The road games, defenses and run games travel. And that's where we're going to get our true test. Man, I'm not even going to be surprised if we maul the Philadelphia Eagles. The first game may be close. Second game, Cowboys going to maul them Eagles. Straight up maul them. Straight up maul them boys, I believe. No, I believe Cowboys going to dominate the NFC East this year. Dominate the NFC East with no absolute problems. I believe the Cowboys going to run over them like a lawnmower. All right, let's finish up Schotty. We got about 7 minutes.
Zach Hedrick from NBC and Fox in San Antonio. Coach, you mentioned Cooper Beebe earlier. What progression have you seen from him from year 1 to year 2? And specifically, how is the chemistry?
Darren Posey, what up? You in Cincy?
In terms of calling out protections up front.
Yeah, again, awesome. He's way more comfortable. You know, he's got a season under his belt, so everything is much more clear for him. And he did a really good job last year. But he and Dak now almost anticipate what they want to do. So, you know, usually the center drives the initial ID and then the quarterbacks can move it. But they're to the point where they work so well together now that Dak's like, I don't have to do much because he's.
You're going to find out that in order for Matt Eberflus's defense to be successful, you need very solid linebacker play. I'm going to show y'all the breakdown of it.
doing a lot of it for him. I think it's been great watching the relationship between him and Clayton take off. He obviously knows, Connor Riley from their time together at Kansas State. But, Cooper just, I thought had a good year last year. Did some great things up and down like most rookie centers, but he's again another guy that's playing with tremendous confidence. But he's able to react now, and when you react as a center, you play the game. You're not up there thinking, okay, oh shit, what's the point here? I got to do this. He's just up there taking command of the offense, and that helps us play faster, which helps us get in and out of the huddle and get the ball snapped a little bit quicker.
Yeah, Tim Kalishaw, Dallas Morning News. I have personally noticed you signed 5 first-round picks this offseason for the defense. I don't know if anybody else picked up on that. You've talked about Elam and Murray, the 3 guys up front. Thomas, Turner, Dante Fowler's been here before. Whatever roles they play, how much are you counting on that collection of players contributing this year?
Yeah, Tim, it's really a good point. I will say this. If you look at those guys, they all have Dante's been here. You talked about Dante. The leadership component, the experience component. We need depth. The way we're going to play hair on fire defense, attack front. Peyton's a guy coming out of college at Houston. We loved his length, and he's been productive in New Orleans. Solomon, you guys see it every day in practice. He is the guy that sets the tempo and the tone of running in practice. And I think I said this before when we played Washington last year, man. They have DA on one side, but Dante, he was an ass kicker. And so, we were like, oh, man, what do you do? So, yeah, absolutely. We wanted to improve the depth of the roster with guys. First-round talent means we have to do what? We have to pull things out of them and figure out best ways to use them and stuff like that. But, again, say it again. I think we have maybe the best, if not the best, defensive line coach in the country in Aaron Whitecotton, and he seems to do that wherever he's been in terms of pulling the best out of everybody.
Brian, back on CD here for a second. Have you, in all the years you've coached, have you been around a guy as proficient outside in the slot, and what's the biggest advantage? Obviously, I know it's about lining up in different spots, creating mismatches, but how much of a challenge is that for him, and how many guys have you been around that have been able to do it the way he does?
The reason I looked away, I was thinking, a name doesn't pop into my mind that was as efficient, proficient at doing it, but he's done it since I remember being here as a consultant. They were able to move him around. And when you're able to move him around, it's obviously a great advantage for us, but I'm going to take it even a step further. The fact that we do that with him has helped Cavante Turpin learn, I need to learn the system and be able to be moved around, because look at them moving CD to go catch this route over here, that route over there. So Turp has learned that, and now we can move him. We're in the process of doing that with GP, where he's not just, like I said, lined up at X. So there's a powerful statement when you're able to move your best player around and he's going to these different spots, because it paints a picture to these other players like, well, if I need my touches, and if they can move me around because I know the system so well that I can line up at any spot they put me, that is really important. And the guy that feels it the most is the guy that's throwing the football, and that's Dak. And so he's special.
What's crazy is somebody might think this sounds. CD is going to take another step this year. And the reason why CD Lamb is going to take another step, he's already highly talented. Prayers up to Angie again. Angie's going through some things in her life. She'll be back. I'm pretty sure she'll be back on social media on the regular soon, and she'll be back with us. CD Lamb is her boyfriend. As crazy as it sounds, CD Lamb is going to take another step. And the reason why CD Lamb is going to take another step is that CD's mental game right now, listening to him in that press conference yesterday, CD's mental game is on 1,000. This man's mental game is crazy. He's the quiet storm. Saying everything right off the field, doing everything right on the sidelines, and beast moding. Man, I'm telling you, I had dreams last night about how this dude literally need to be fined for the way he did Kalen Carson. The way he did Kalen Carson, man, that's kind of stuff to get a player cut right there. Man, you shake a man's ankles like that. I mean, the coaches look at the film and be like, man, we got to get rid of Kalen Carson. Because I am telling you, CeeDee Lamb made this man look silly. Silly. Turned him into silly putty. I mean, this dude melted. CeeDee Lamb made this dude melt on the field. I'm telling us, man. CeeDee Lamb is about to take another step, and that is crazy and scary to even think about, that this man is going to take another step. Crazy work. Crazy work at how good this dude is. No doubt about it, man. I am looking forward. The Cowboys have so much firepower. This is going to be one of the funnest seasons, and I think it's going to be one of the best seasons of Dak Prescott's career. It's going to be one of the best seasons of his career. And I think Dak Prescott is about to go on a 3-year run that is going to be absolutely insane with what this man is going to be working with.
CW Dallas. Hate to put this on you, but with CD in mind, yesterday during his presser, he said he's the most excited guy to be at training camp, aside from maybe Sam Williams. Curious, in your perspective, who is more excited, and is there another candidate in mind?
You did put that on me. CD's excited. He loves the game. When you're not, look, I've been gone for 5.5 weeks from these guys, and I missed them. I missed every single one of them. And so I think, he's that way. He's ready to work. He's excited about what we've done, the pieces we've added on offense, defense, bringing in GP. But I'm not going to pick. But Sam, based off what he's had to go through and the excitement that first day in pads, I mean, you literally might see him foaming at the mouth. He's going to be so excited to be out there when we put the pads on. But hopefully most of the guys we have, I think, to a man, everybody's thrilled to be here and at Oxnard and kicking off camp.
Michael Coleman, KOTV East Texas. You made a reference to your coaching staff. Young Overstreet, is he always that hype, always that just moving?
It's just annoying. Yeah, he really is annoying. When you're on offense, you're trying to call plays, right? I mean, it's so annoying, But the answer is yes. He's like that all the time. He's like that in meetings. He's like that when we're traveling. He's like that everywhere. And he's easy to find because he's always got some form of something on, tights or long sleeve shirts, and color coded, and his shoe game's pretty legit. But very annoying from a way that he acts. No, he's amazing. I love his juice. I love his energy. That's what we want from our coaches, man. If you can't have fun out there coaching these world-class athletes on the practice field, you need to get another job, man. Because this what we get to do, we're lucky. So he definitely has juice and compliments Andre very well. The two of them work really well together. Thank you, guys.
Boy, Ice Cold Cowboy got me rolling up in here. Ice Cold Cowboy said Andrew Luck didn't have much luck with his O-line. Ice Cold Cowboy, that's the very reason why that boy gone, man. He couldn't take that beating no more. Gwen Bowden, gee, I can't wait to see my boys rock and roll, man. September the 4th. Sister, hey, September the 4th is rolling around so fast. Yeah, it's rolling around so fast. Dustin Roberts, yeah, I'm telling you, man, it is going, this dude is going to be nice. Schotty. D-Block 88, what's up, my good brother? Yes, sir, what's going on? All right, let's run over here real quick. We're going to run a little bit off script. That was the day 3 Schotty. Before we get to Stephen Jones, hold on a second. We are going to run over here to none other than Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott has given an interview, and it's looked like he's held court for quite a time. Looks like he's held court for quite a minute. So we're going to go over here and see what Dak Prescott is talking about for the Dallas Cowboys. Yeah, this hot off the press right here. Let's see. All right, so we got quite a few interviews. We're going to interrupt our regularly scheduled program, and we're going to throw some of these in, and we're still going to try to get to everything else. Hey, it's the Dallas Cowboys. Man, let's get it in today. All right, let's go. Dak Prescott, haven't heard any of this. So some of y'all may have or you haven't, but if you haven't,
sorry though.
Let's go.
Schotty likes to sit.
What the head coach wants.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. 3 days in, just your thoughts on how the offense has been looking and everybody's being comfortable in it.
Yeah, definitely getting comfortable, taking steps. Excuse my voice. Taking steps from the offseason, that's what it was about. I mean, we had a great offseason, great OTAs and mini camps, so it was about taking another step, and I think we're headed in that direction. And honestly, not just the offense, the team. I mean, talking about Schotty, preaches, compete every day. And I think if you've watched these last 3 practices, the competition is high. The competition makes practice fun. It raises everybody's level and standard, and that's all you can ask for. So it's been a good 3 days. Not anything that anybody's complacent or content with, and we'll continue grinding, pushing each other, pushing ourselves, and knowing that that's the only thing that we can do right now is each and every day try to get better, 1% better, and understanding that's going to compound, and we'll put together a team that we're proud of.
Training camp practices where there's been fights, but it seems that almost every day so far there's something going on. How surprised are you by that? Was that a good thing?
I think it's a good thing. I don't think there's necessarily maybe one of them we had some punches going, but other than that, it's football. It's high emotions. You got guys out here practicing and competing for their life, competing for jobs. You've got to have that edge. I think that's a difference. That's the difference right there, is how passionate these guys are. I mean, they're being taught and being told to compete every day, and some guys compete different ways, right? And I think when you put that together at times, you're going to have those disagreements, you're going to have those frustrations, but they've been doing a good job of, for the most part, vibing each other up, looking in the face and realizing, okay, this is my teammate. I'm not going to take it there. And just as important as that, understanding that you can't take it there on game day either. So
I see you,
learning from it, controlling the emotions at the same time of being competitive. I mean, Coach says it all the time, we can be competitive without being combative. So I think it's a fine line, and I think we're flirting with it, and I think that's healthy.
Well, speaking of healthy, obviously we expected you to be full go, but just tell us how you feel coming off with the hamstring, the surgery in the off season, and we saw you take off a couple of times today. Just talk about.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't took off or just ran. I mean, I said it. Yeah. No, I feel good. Like, as you said, healthy. It's been a long road to it. Obviously, it started last year during the season. So to be where I am now, it's just a blessing just to be out there on the field and feel healthy. A lot of work has went into it, whether it be with the team, Jim, Britt, those guys, or whether it be obviously Luke and all the time that we spend together. It's a blessing. It's something that I think about every time I step on that field, being thankful for it, being thankful for this moment, staying where my feet are, not taking anything I do for granted, and understanding that I've got to continue to push. It's one thing to be healthy, but how much better can I get now that I'm healthy? And that's on the forefront of my mind. So, it feels good.
He told us just.
Boy, this boy Coyote just dropped a megaton bomb. He said the Commanders are overrated. He said they're 11-1 versus losing teams and 1-4 versus winning teams. Only losing teams lose. Only losing team lose was hey man, boy, that's a great stat right there. You brought up, Coyote. Like that right there. Yes, that's good right there, man. I like that. This boy Dak Prescott, man, he's dropping already bombs. You know, again, not resting on his laurels. Dak is saying it's not enough for me to be healthy. Dak is saying not only do I want to be healthy, I want to be better. I'm telling you, man, I believe Dak's already had a lot of this. I think what is really got Dak going is that I said this last year when I started this channel. I believe Dak Prescott liked Mike McCarthy as a father figure, but couldn't stand him as a coach. I really don't think he liked him as a coach. And the reason why I say I don't think he liked him as a coach is because some of the things he complained about was the things that Mike McCarthy controlled. The coach controls practice. This is why everybody was very interested to see, well, how was Schotty going to conduct how was Schotty going to conduct his practices? Well, now we know. energy, high intensity, but controlled, pay attention to details, no sloppiness, having the best practices in the world, emphasizing that stuff. So I think Dak Prescott is elated because while I think he likes Brian Schottenheimer, but I think he has a better relationship coach-wise with Brian Schottenheimer. See, Brian has been able to balance both worlds. Mike McCarthy, the type of dude that'll take you home to his parents. But then you get on Sunday and you looking like, y'all remember what Dak said on the sideline? We suck. That's Mike McCarthy. Brian Schottenheimer is the type of dude, take you to his house to eat, come to your house and eat, and then expect nothing but greatness out of you on the field, cuss you out at the same time, and he'll hold you to a high standard to where you're going to play a whole lot better. See, that's the difference in these two coaches. And that's why I'm liking, the stuff that we're seeing from Dak Prescott. Dak is just elated that he has somebody now that's actually coaching the doggone team. And as Troy Aikman said in that infamous sideline rant, Troy said, I'm tired of coaching the team. I'm tired of holding people responsible. When are we going to get some coaches that just stop standing on the sideline and start getting on somebody's butt? That's Troy Aikman. Well, now we got a coach that Dak don't have to worry about being the bad guy.
Today that he really missed being here last year, and he said he didn't really. It was afterwards he realized how much he missed and just being on the same page with you. Just talk about what you guys miss him not being here last year and the excitement of him being here and getting to make up those things.
Yeah, I don't really care to talk about last year in that sense. He said it there. It's something that we've discussed, whether it be just in free time or actually, we had good moments out in our receiver retreat. That he spoke to me about that and just not only about what it meant or how it felt last year, but what it means for him to be here now and what he's going to be and the type of man and leader and player he's going to be. And it's evident. You look out there and watch him an individual, the way he's leading the receivers, watch him with GP and their interactions, or watch him with anybody else on the offense and the way that he's carrying himself, and just as importantly, the way that he practices with his speed and his tempo and the urgency. That's a guy that's not taking any day being out there for granted. And yeah, it's a blessing having him out there and knowing that we can get better right now, and we don't have to wait until something's done. And we're really just stacking off of the offseason, the great offseason that we had, and super excited for what he's going to do and what we're going to do, and just the growth in our connection.
Bam. Hey man, we ain't focusing on the past. We focusing on our present. We focusing on our present. Tell him, Dak, we're focusing on the present. That's all we're focused on. Tell him, Dak, that's how we're rolling. We're focusing on the present. And, not going to talk about last year. I don't think Dak wants to talk a lot about last year. I believe it was a nightmare. Everybody's woke now. We're not going to have it again. These boys are going to be ready. Melvin Baldwin says something. He says, Daniel, I love the Cowboys, but I'm tired of the same results. We need some more dogs to go with the ones we already have. Our main problem is ownership. Melvin, I appreciate that comment. I will agree with you. I think we might need a couple of more dogs. And where I think we need those couple of more dogs is I think maybe we need now, because of some things that are developing. Again, the Mozzie Smith news is making me now lean more towards, we need a one tech. So we're going to need a dog down in the trenches. I would like for us to bring in Gilmore. Gilmore is the dog in particular I want to bring in for the secondary. I think he could really nail them down. I'm also of the opinion that the Cowboys wouldn't hurt to see if maybe you could bring in, another wide receiver. I wouldn't be opposed to it. But let's see how these guys keep developing. I still say, let's get a little bit more in the training camp, see what these guys look like. And that's going to give us a barometer of kind of where we are. But again, the reason why I'm so confident in this team, and I'm not gonna be down on Jerry. The same Jerry that everybody's talking about is the same Jerry that got Oso Digizua signed. The same Jerry that we talked about. Tim Kalishaw just said it. The Cowboys brought in 5 number 1 draft picks. Jerry Jones, instrumental in helping bringing that in. Jerry Jones, a part of this draft, being disciplined, not going away from the draft card, not going away from what they discussed. Jerry Jones, Will McClay said, Jerry Jones and Brian Schottenheimer, they deserve the credit for bringing in George Pickens. I'm not going to defame. Hey, Jerry has done a lot of things wrong over the last 30 years. But I say this, I can also acknowledge, but when a man starts doing things different, hey man, I'm ready to roll and give him a chance. And this thing with Michael Parsons, I contend it is not the same as it was with CD and Dak. CD and Dak was not talking to Jerry without their agent, didn't get his personal phone number, wasn't coming up to the office talking, didn't negotiate a deal without their agent, and didn't get their agent involved. And I'm telling us, this is where Jerry is mad. This is where Jerry is mad. Jerry has never had a problem paying Michael Parsons, and he's going to pay Michael Parsons. And I do think a reason, or part of the reason why Jerry hasn't paid Michael Parsons is because I think Jerry wants Michael Parsons to be the highest paid non-quarterback in the league. And I think Jerry is probably going to wait until Trey Hendrickson gets some kind of deal. And when Trey Hendrickson gets some kind of deal, you're going to see the Dallas Cowboys are going to sign, they're going to sign Michael Parsons to this huge deal. And Jerry sees this as a way too. Hey, man, he's not worried about it. Jerry feels like Michael don't need all the quote-unquote practice. Just be here, show leadership, go through some of the walkthroughs. We really don't want to even put you in any harm's way. Keep your body fresh. And so we got enough players now, because I got a strange feeling Michael will not have to be on the field nowhere near as much as he's been in time past. The Cowboys have a plethora of pass rushers, a plethora of defensive ends. You could put Marshawn Nealon in on first down and keep Michael Parsons fresh. Let Marshawn Nealon play the pass. Play the run game. Let Marshawn Nealon play when there's situational, certain situations where you know this team is going to run. Keep Michael Parsons fresh. Use him as a chess piece. The Cowboys are going to be able to do so many things, so many different things with Michael Parsons. And so I'm giving Jerry credit. Jerry has done a lot of great things this season. The only thing we're really on Jerry Jones about, it's amazing to me, we're on to him about Michael Parsons' contract. I'm not on to him about that. CeeDee Lamb said it himself yesterday. This craziness that Micah and Jerry has going on. They both got this craziness going on. Total misunderstanding, miscommunication, and now we're seeing the result of it. I'm not good. I'm not tripping on this whole thing with Jerry. Michael gonna get paid. Jerry's done a lot of great things, and I think Jerry is going to continue to move in ways that even though we're going to keep, it's the same old Jerry. Didn't say that when he signed Osa. Didn't say that with all the moves he's made. I'm resolute with what's going on because I know Michael's going to get paid. He's here at training camp. He's still building the camaraderie, keeping his body fresh. Michael and Jerry going to be fine. I think Jerry and Steven are not done building this team from now to the opening game. They're going to continue to improve this game. So again, I think they're going to bring in some more dogs. I'm confident that they are. Ty Church, yep, prayers for Angie. We mentioned it early, no doubt. All right, so Katharina Kiss, I have to agree with you. She said, hit that like button. She said, put some respect. She said, give G some respect. Let's go. Hit that like button. All right, some more Dak Prescott.
Dak, Todd Archer with ESPN. Last year, you and CD had your contract deal. This year it's with Micah. How do you guys deal? How did you deal with that? What do you think the best way to deal with that stuff is?
It's an every year conversation. Whether it's myself, Zach Martin, CeeDee Lamb, now Michael Parsons. It's part of it in a sense. Now, it's something that I wish that any of us are going through. Absolutely not. But I think Mike is doing a hell of a job with it being here. He's a great teammate, showing up, obviously not just on the field and being focused, but whether it be in the camaraderie, hanging out, dinner. He's not just doing it to sign off and say, hey, Jerry, look at me. But he wants to be out there practicing. And honestly, I'm glad he's not. He can't do that to himself. That's the business of it, and that's the business of a holdout. And so I do think he's taken some great steps of being here. I don't know if there's a correct way to handle it, to be honest with you. I will say that I think he deserves to get paid, think he should get paid, and ultimately, if I'm going off of the history of what I've seen, he will get paid. Hopefully it's sooner than later.
With the offense.
Bottom line, he's going to get paid. History shows it. Just keep doing what you're doing. I've already said I'm on both sides of this. If you're going for this extension, don't get out there on the field. But it's good you're still there. Walkthroughs, making sure you're getting the plays down, helping the other players. But he's still keeping his body fresh. Hey, do what you got to do. But I would say I'm leaning also more on the side of CeeDee Lamb. Do not go back and forth with Jerry Jones. Do not be putting this stuff out into the public atmosphere. You can't win that game with Jerry Jones. And Jerry Jones said what he said. Jerry Jones ain't saying nothing else. Jerry gonna get this dude signed. I'm not worried about it. Jerry gonna get this dude signed. Be patient. It's happening. And Dak Prescott knows better than anybody. Bet on yourself. Put your head down. Keep grinding.
And the changes and stuff. Schotty's talked about not being static and a lot of motion and movement. What does that do for you?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, obviously, it uncovers the defense. It gives us the tells that we need to help us create matchups on certain plays. Gives us access when that's what we're looking for. So I think it just depends on when the movement happened, what's the purpose of the movement, and within the play. And it's something that's going to help us out a lot, but it's something that we've also just got to make sure that we're not just living only in that. Got to get up there and snap it sometimes as well, and that's kind of been the point of using that is you don't know really when we're going to motion, when we're not, when we're going to hit you with something fast. So it's just another great weapon.
John Schotty with The Athletic. Where do you think everything's at with you and George Pickens on the field? How much more do you think that you guys need to do to get to where you want to be? And CD talked a little bit yesterday about how there's parts of George game that we haven't even seen yet out on the field, like high pointing the ball and things like that. Do you think that's all to come, or just kind of where do you think it's at?
Yeah, I think that's all to come. I don't think that's necessarily like something we've got to grow into. I think more so than anything, it was just the first red zone day. I think if we doubled the number of reps we had in there today, you would have seen one or two of them. And I just think that's going to come with who he is, the matchups that we're going to get. Hit him on a great, nice little out route there, right? And so they want to start sitting on that. You're going to see, the jump balls that CD's alluding to, and for him, it's just about continuing to master the offense, the routes, and the adjustments on certain routes. And when he does that, the rest of it's going to come. And so that's important for all of us. I mean, the guys hadn't been here too long, so it's just about making sure he feels comfortable in the system and knowing what he has, and whether him catching the ball and that connection. I've said it before, when you're an elite player like him, you create separation. That makes that whole deal easier.
And then obviously.
Yeah, and I got some plays today too, and I'll show you this too. Dak Prescott also he's going to have to learn what is, how high can he throw the ball so that only George Pickens can get it. Because today in the red zone, Dak Prescott threw a pass to George Pickens, and Malik Hooker got a one-handed interception because Dak tried to throw it to the back of the end zone, but he didn't quite get it up high enough. And I believe George Pickens, I'm thinking he's around 6'3". I think when you're talking about that throw that he made, now Dak is going to learn, hey, throw that ball at the bottom of the goalpost. Because I think the bottom of the goalpost is around 10? Same thing as a basketball goal. You probably want to get it around there and let George Pickens in the back of the end zone high point it there, rather than, I don't think he yet knows himself what is George Pickens' true catch radius when you're talking about throwing it up high. So we're going to get that going the further we get in training camp. So Dak missed him on that today, and you'll see that. You'll see that today. You'll see that today when we look at it on some of the film.
The energy has really been noticeable at practices, and after you guys get done stretching, you do that thing where you run through those pads, and you seem like you really bring a lot of energy, like you're really excited for the guys, get them going during that portion. How much do you feel like that you need to kind of be one of the guys that's also like, hey, I'm not just gonna be the 10-year veteran, I'm gonna bring some of this energy too?
I think that's who I am as much as anything. I don't think it's like, oh, I've got to do this. I think what I have to do is be myself and have fun at practice and enjoy my teammates. And honestly, I was told not to do those drills, just from health. So hell, I'm not about to sit there, cross my arms and watch them. Like the whole point.
Yeah, and see, I figured this. I noticed and I'll show you. I got the film on this too. But I'm telling y'all, I got y'all. If y'all hadn't seen all the Dallas Cowboy clips from the day, or at least a lot of them from this morning, man, I got y'all. I'm going to show y'all. I'm going to run through the plethora of clips. Everything they're talking about, I got the clips. I noticed yesterday, and I noticed again, they're not letting Dak Prescott run through the bags. And I figured they're doing that because of the hamstring. And so Dak, rather than sitting idle while they're running through, Dak is actually coercing, encouraging, and whatever else he's doing when they're coming through. So Dak Prescott is making sure that he's not just sitting around. He's making sure that he's staying active. So I love what Dak Prescott is doing, man. This dude is the ultimate warrior and the ultimate leader. So I love what he's doing. Derek says the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. If the Joneses can get out of the way, Brian and Zach will will deliver us a Super Bowl, I believe. Yeah, and think about it. In the grand scheme of things, the Joneses have moved out of the way. We don't realize Jerry ain't talking nowhere near as much as in times past. It's just that when Jerry is talking, he's making people mad. Jerry ain't doing a lot of talking. He's not doing a lot of talking. I can remember now, what is it in this offseason? Jerry's talked maybe 3 times. I think they had the owners meeting. Jerry spoke about Michael's contract. Heck, during the draft, we heard Jerry speaking during the draft. Jerry spoke on all 3 of those days. Didn't really say anything that was bad. He said some good things to me. Now that we had the opening training camp press conference, we hear Jerry Jones. Anybody noticed? Right back into his turtle shell. Jerry ain't saying a whole lot. It's just as when he's saying something, people not liking it. But I really didn't have a lot of problems with what he said the other day. I think the timing of what he said, some of the things that he said unsolicited, Jerry wanted people to know I'm in my feelings right now. And Jerry wanted to make sure that he was getting his feelings out there. But for the most part, it was stupid to me. Jerry really didn't say anything that I thought was salacious. Oh, hold on. He ethered Trayvon Diggs. Trayvon Diggs talking about he got his feelings hurt by the $500,000. He should have had his feelings hurt about what Jerry was saying. Jerry ethered him. But saying that Dak Prescott and Micah Parsons, just because you pay them don't mean you're going to have them? Unsolicited? Maybe you shouldn't have said it. But saying it, not really a big deal. Not to me in the grand scheme of things. But Jerry has actually been very quiet if you really think about it. Jerry just hadn't heard nothing from him. It's just that when he's saying something, he ticking people off when he's saying something. So again, Jerry is doing exactly what he should be doing. He said at every press conference it's seen with Mike McCarthy. Jerry, the other time he talked when they hired Brian Schottenheimer. But all these other press conferences, have you noticed? Schottenheimer on his own. So I think Jerry, for the most part, he's doing a pretty good job. He's out of the way.
Point of the drill is to get some juice going and to get the guys going and get our energy high to start practice. So if I've got to be the hype man, that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
It's probably why I'm losing my voice is that's how we start practice. I'm just screaming for no reason. So it's important because, as I said, it's who I am. And I'm never going to be just the old guy sitting back. You know what I mean? And that's that just rolls into on the field, and that connection to the guys and the trust.
Exactly,
they
Coyote.
understand that if I was young and spry, I would be doing everything. You can't keep me from a rep. So, yeah, it's important for me just to support my guys in any chance that I get.
What's going on? What up?
Right?
Building on the mobility conversation, how are you able to balance the context of the injury you suffered last year, with also not wanting to limit aspects of your game that have worked for you for 2 years?
Yeah, I think it's about trusting the rehab process, which I have. But then, as I said, now being healthy, it's about how can I get better. I can't say, okay, the hammy's good and I don't need to run anymore. Well, no, I need to continue to be pushing, running. I need to continue to do things that has gotten me to this point, gotten my health to this point, because it's only going to get me healthier, and it's only going to allow me to do the things that I want to do during the season, throughout the season, and obviously limit any risk of anything else or re-injuring anything. So
I'm with you, Freddie. And maybe he got some of the stuff out of his system and he fine. I agree with you, Freddie. He said Michael had some coffee yesterday. He looks chill today. Yeah, he's out there running drills. I got feeling for y'all on that too.
It's about working, and honestly working without that injury in my mind. Great doctor, great, obviously, Luke, and great team with Britt and the guys that have me to where I am, is just continue to trust the process and continuing to improve, not only on my game, but just in the health and understanding everything that goes into it, whether it be the sleep, the nutrition.
I got this from my grandpa, and it almost
I like
gave
what
him-
Dak Prescott is saying. I don't know if y'all remember when he was playing golf and he made that long putt and he was riding in the golf cart with whoever that guy was. One of the things that Dak Prescott says is that after you get injured, you trust the process and you don't put your mind on the injury. You don't put your mind on it. You just get back out there and you start playing like everything's good. And it's amazing to me because that seems to be the approach that Dak Prescott is taking. Man, I'm telling you, this dude is fearless. Absolutely is. Robert Dudley, he said German Shepherd with some Rotties, Pit Bulls, and some Bull Mastiffs, as long as they work hard and together, put in the work. Yes, sir, I agree with you. He said, blessings to G and the Dallas Cowboys family, us loyal fans. Yep, let's go. He said one goal. That's it. Straight up.
Abilities, I can't take a day off, and I don't, and I'm thankful that I have all those resources and have the means to do everything that I can, and to make sure that I'm feeling well and feeling as good as I am now.
You were here last year whenever Sam Williams.
Brian Davis, welcome back. I'm on the side of CD. I just like what CeeDee Lamb said. CeeDee Lamb said something similar to what Dak said, but I like what CeeDee Lamb is saying because CeeDee Lamb is actually being truthful. Micah is a part of the craziness. I would not be surprised what CD said. Understand how he prefaced it, Brian, if you didn't see the interview. Matter of fact, I just posted a video about it if you hadn't seen it. CD prefaced what he said by saying, I love Michael Parsons. He's my guy. I believe he deserves to get paid. But going back and forth with Jerry Jones. Wouldn't recommend it. Counterproductive. It just doesn't make sense. Just doesn't make sense. And the issue is we can't act like Michael's not a part of this. He is. He is a part of this. We cannot ignore that he was the one, not me. None of us in this chat, none of us in Cowboys Nation, we were not the one saying, you know what they say about the highest paid player? Can't have players around them. Y'all gonna call me a prophet before it's over. I even said then, shouldn't have been saying that. Agent should get on him, but I also talked about this. Jerry gonna prove him wrong. And that's exactly what Jerry has done. Jerry has done nothing but, and we won't give Jerry credit. I'm gonna give him credit. Jerry has done nothing but put players around Dak Prescott and put even more players and lighten the load on Michael Parsons, Brian Davis. Jerry Jones has helped out Michael Parsons more than he did Dak. Even though I think George Pickens is the most pivotal player on this team as far as the pickups go, But when you look at what they did for Micah Parsons, anybody remember the New Orleans Saints game? Last year when everybody thought the New Orleans Saints were going to the Super Bowl because they beat the socks off the Cowboys, what did Micah Parsons say after that game? I can't be the only one making plays. This is why Micah Parsons and D-Law, I'm telling you, these dudes were battling behind the scenes. Micah Parsons said, I can't be the only one making plays. They're chipping me. They're double teaming me. They're doing everything they can do to come at me. I need somebody else to make plays. What did Jerry Jones do? Murray, Sanborn, Thomas, Peyton Turner, went back and got Dante Fowler. Sam Williams is healthy. Went and got him Donovan Ezeraku. Bought in James Houston. Drafted Marshawn Nealon. What didn't Jerry do? We not giving Jerry credit, Brian, and that's what I'm telling us. Our hate for Jerry Jones won't even acknowledge that this man has done a knockdown, drag-out job of making Micah Parsons' job this coming season absolutely easier. Did the same thing for Dak Prescott in a sense. What did he do for Dak Prescott? Can we give the man credit? Brought in Jonathan Mingo last year. We got to see what that's going to look like. George Pickens. Need I say more? Need I say more? Drafted Dak Prescott, Tyler Booker. Got him Jaden Blue. Miles Sanders may turn out to be like, wow, bam. Miles Sanders looks rejuvenated. The Joneses are not done with what they're doing for the stars on this team. CeeDee Lamb is a running mate. George Pickens is a running mate for CeeDee Lamb and a present to Dak Prescott. Everything I just told you on defense, Micah Parsons' job is going to be the easiest we've ever seen since he's been here, not to mention he going to get paid in the process. Now, I think we're being too hard on Jerry Jones. I'm probably going to be one of the very few people you're going to hear say that. I think we're being too hard on Jerry Jones. Man, this dude, Jerry Jones, done a bang-up job. Jerry's done some idiotic stuff in the past. But this dude has done a bang-up job. And nobody wants to give this man credit for what he's done. Every time he do something bad, we want to go back. Same old Jerry. Was it the same old Jerry when he signed Oso Digizua? Was it the same old Jerry when he bought in George Pickens? Because I would say it is the same old Jerry. 90s Jerry. Same old Jerry when he drafted Tyler Booker. Man, we're not giving this dude credit for the stuff that he's doing. Jerry's done a great job. And I don't think this thing with Micah is the same as it was with Dak and CD because they let their agents do it and they didn't dig no holes by making a deal and then circling back around the block trying to now come in with your agent. They didn't do it. And Dak's a company man. I understand what Dak is saying. He's doing everything he can do. I want to see him get paid. What else do we expect him to say, Brian? Let's be real. Do we expect him to say anything else? I don't expect Dak to say anything else. I didn't expect him to say what CD said, but I love what CD said. CD spoke truth, and he prefaced it by saying, he's my man, my dog, I love him. He basically spelled it out. The way Micah is handling this is not good. I applaud CeeDee Lamb for that. Man, you don't grow until sometimes, you want to talk about iron sharpens iron? Man, sometimes somebody got to say it. Everybody just can't be given the status quo answer because that's what a lot of people do. I notice how people do this on social media. Everybody give a status quo answer. And then when somebody comes out and says the truth, everybody attacks them. And then we wonder why people don't grow mentally the way they're supposed to. Nah, I appreciate what Dak said, but I love what CeeDee Lamb said because this dude just laid it out there.
He's had his injury, and I'm sure you guys had some days in rehab together. What's kind of your excitement for him to get back on the field and for him as well?
Yeah, super proud of Sam. As you said, bummed, obviously, especially when anybody goes down. But yeah, having spent some time with him and Britt on the bands throughout the offseason.
Slam Williams.
That's a guy that's hungry, very hungry, for the fam, right? Wearing the shirt now. That's just a testament to not only who he is, but how hard he works and how much he cares for his teammates. And I support that guy in every aspect of life because he does things right. And he's going to have a hell of a year. And now it's just about, as I said, he's healthy, just the same as myself. And he's not content with being just healthy. He wants to make sure that he's better than he was before he got hurt. And so I'm going to continue to push him, encourage him any way that I can, whether it's competing against him right now or it's in the locker room or hell, just wearing this shirt. Super proud of him. He was recognized for the Defensive Golden Whistle Award. And that's a testament to the guy, who works hard of getting back from injury. And so he'll probably be one of the guys. I mean, he'll be a guy that I'll probably vote for on the Ed Block, Courage Award. And so super, super proud of him. And I know he's just getting back to himself, and it's only the beginning.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com. Tyler Guyton going into year 2. What are you seeing from him in OTAs and training camp? I know he had
Catherine and Kiss.
Kind of disappointed at times with how it went in year 1, but you feel like he's taking the steps that he needs to be better?
Yeah, that disappointment, he's channeled it all into motivation, and that's his fuel of getting better. And I think you saw it, glimpses of it in the offseason to now as we're getting into this training camp. It's continuing to grow, and I think you're only going to see it more when we get these pads on and he can be, really be a lineman again and gets to put his hands on guys and maul guys. But you can look at him and see he's already changing, maturing physically. With his body, and just speaking with him and watching the way he approaches the game, the mind's already matured. So he's just going to continue to take steps and super comfortable with where he is, and know that he's not comfortable with where he is, but he's going to continue to get better, and proud of that.
How big is it for him to be back? I know he had missed.
Gwen Bowden said, I can't wait to see Stephen A. face when the Cowboys beat all these teams that Stephen A. said they can't beat. I wish I could be on the Stephen A. show just to hear his comments. Gwen, you already know he going to move the goalpost. He going to move the goalposts. Once the Cowboys start knocking off some of these teams, then he's going to, what are they going to do in the playoffs? I can hear him now. What are they going to do in the playoffs? It's not the regular season. I can hear him now. And again, it's not like it's not true. But I'm going to tell you about this Cowboys team. We're going to be going over the schedule again and talking about our predictions as before the season start. But the thing that I'm telling you we're going to appreciate about the Cowboys, there are small milestones that the Cowboys are going to overcome. And I think that's what's going to build momentum on this team. And I'm telling you, there are 2 milestones the Cowboys are going to overcome. Beating the Eagles. And I still say even if the Cowboys lose to the Eagles on opening night, they can't lose because it'll be the litmus test of where the team is. If they get blew out, we know they got a lot of work. If the game is close, we know they're almost there. They beat the Eagles. Everybody watch out. Then we're going to get that matchup with the Green Bay Packers. Beating the Green Bay Packers, I'm telling you, it is going to be a milestone win. A very small but big victory because we never could beat them under Mike McCarthy. Not only did we not beat them under Mike McCarthy, couldn't beat them under Jason Garrett's tenure. A lot of people don't remember. They beat us in 2014 because they didn't call it a catch with Dez Bryant. They turned around, beat us in Dak's rookie year, 2016. Aaron Rodgers had the throw of all throws. There was a catch of all catches by the tight end. There was a kick of all kicks. I mean, it took 3 miracle plays to beat the Cowboys, but it did. These Green Bay Packers have been a thorn in the Cowboys' side. I think the Cowboys I think Dak did knock the Green Bay Packers off. I'm thinking it was maybe that rookie season. Correct me if I'm wrong. But for the most part, we haven't been able to beat Green Bay when it counted. And I think it's going to be a small milestone. We'll beat them in the regular season. Maybe we'll even see them in the playoffs in the wild card, and we'll annihilate them again. It's going to be a lot of small victories in the Cowboys' schedule that's going to lead to some big victories, I believe.
Some time in the last training camp, and
We are the Skaggs family, Matthew and Cosette, and we are owners of Jellyfish Lighting. We've
with several things, how big is it for you to have him there kind of more consistently so that you can kind of get used to having him there?
Yeah, I mean, it's huge for the whole team. Just talking with some of the guys and, wondering like where, run game or where this went in past years. And I said, you need 5 guys, maybe a 6, right? Playing together all the time, getting multiple reps. Like they don't have to be the best individually, but they have to be the best when they're working together. And so it's way more important to that left guard and to the center and to the tight ends that he's here than it is for me. So it's just about getting that continuity and continuing to build off of that. And it's important for all of those guys to get those reps. And yeah, so we'll keep doing that, and that's the whole point. And we can only hope everybody stays healthy and we have that opportunity. But the more that those guys get reps together, the better each and every one of them will be up front.
Brad Sham, Cowboys Radio 105.3 The Fan. What does 10-year veteran sound like to you, and what does it feel like?
It's a blessing. Yeah, it's a blessing. Doesn't seem real at times. I think in 10 years. But I feel great. I'm healthy. I feel young. That was, kind of part of, shaving the beard off. I'm trying to let you guys see how I feel. But it's a blessing more than anything. As I said, it's something I do not take for granted one bit, whether it be the time in the dining hall, whether it be in the locker room. Obviously, it's out there on the practice field, and just getting to end practice and knowing this stage of life, getting to spend it with, my daughter and my fiance, my daughters and my fiance out there on the field that's what says 10 more than anything. As being a young guy, watching the older guys play with their kids afterwards and just understanding that's where I am now. Super, super thankful. Don't take a moment of it lightly. I'm just thankful to be where I am. And as I tell people, I'm just going to continue to be where my feet are. And if that's here, that's here. And if it's at home playing with them, or if it's in the locker room being the best teammate that I can be, because this isn't promise, not a game is, not a practice rep is. So just taking advantage of every single thing that I'm allowed to.
Yeah, and y'all had a conversation I saw in the chat, and we have to understand, man, 30 years old for a quarterback, 31 is young. It's not young if you haven't been playing, but it's young if you're playing. We've been spoiled by rookie quarterbacks. Dak Prescott is one of the people that contributed to this. Dak Prescott came in 2016 and took this league by storm. And I do think the Joneses made a very fatal mistake by not piling stars around Dak Prescott, similar to the way we've watched the San Francisco 49ers first do it with Jimmy Garoppolo, then they did it with Brock Purdy. You have to try to pile as much talent around those rookie quarterbacks when they're having that success as you can. Strike while the iron is hot, while you got them on a very cheap contract. And Dak Prescott's contract, being a 4th-round draft pick, was as cheap as you could get. And the Joneses didn't really take advantage of it. And I think we got a couple of teams that have missed out on that, because the Washington Commanders, I don't think they did enough around Jaden Daniels being in his 2nd season. I mean, Deebo Samuels, really? I mean, the Washington Commanders really should have tried to break the bank as far as putting like superstar players around Jaden Daniels. Because I'm telling you, man, if you don't strike while that iron is hot on some of these young quarterbacks, hey, a lot of times teams try to be done with him in 5 or 6 years. But we've been spoiled, and that is not really how things were done in the past. When you think about the Phillip Rivers, even when you think of now Troy had a lot of success, and it actually wasn't early on, but Troy Aikman around, what was it, year 3, 4, they stacked players around Troy Aikman, and so Troy Aikman started having success, and then when those players were done in 96, then no more success. But the reality is, the Drew Breeses, 9th, 10th season, finally get a Super Bowl. You start thinking about Peyton Manning, 9th, 10th season, finally get a Super Bowl. It don't always happen for everybody when they're in those young years. And so it's a testimony to Jerry Jones. You can tell they're very old school thinking, organization. They always try to, if they find a good quarterback, they try to keep him for the for the rest of their career. Tony Romo probably would have retired here, and Dak Prescott, it wouldn't have been a Dak Prescott had Tony Romo not got hurt. But a part of Tony Romo getting hurt is Tony Romo, to me, just didn't take care of his body. Meanwhile, Dak Prescott takes care of his body, very good nutrition, football. He's not playing golf in the offseason. It's not that he doesn't play golf, but he's not trying to make the PGA Tour like like Tony Romo was. Dak is football. So, barring injury, man, Dak gonna probably play for another, 7 to 10 years, unless he just gets tired of it. He's already got all the money that he wants. And I got a strange feeling that on Dak Prescott's next contract, I think the Cowboys will probably extend him one more time. People keep thinking that Milton going to be the replacement. I'm not sure Milton's going to be the replacement. Dak gets this franchise a Super Bowl. He can do. They'll let him retire here if he wants to. But 31 years old, the reality is for a quarterback that keeps his body in shape, man, you still got about 9 more years. Look at Aaron Rodgers.
Joe Trahan, WFAA TV. Dak, pulling on that CD Lamb thread a little bit more, he mentioned the San Francisco game where he had a realization that he thought maybe he was doing things just for him and he could be fast and strong and make a great move. But if it didn't work with what you saw and wasn't tailor-made for you, it wouldn't work for the team. Can you talk about how that realization on his point can unlock an even greater potential?
If you're a man who makes at least $150K a year and you feel self-conscious about your...
Yeah, those comments by CD Lamb the other day were just magnificent.
Yeah, I mean, he understands the true connection of it. And I think if I had to guess what he meant in that, right, is, yeah, I can go out there and I can route a guy up and boom, get open right now. But if I'm number 2 or 3 in the progression and I'm open now, what does it really matter? And I think that's to his point, is if I'm number 3, I'm going to get my depth. I'm going to get all the way to the top of it, and then I'll break the guy off to make sure, that I'm there for Dak. Or if I'm number 1, I'm going to win now. It is the time to win now. And I think as much as anything, him noticing that is going to be contagious to all the other guys. And not only contagious, he's going to make sure he's leading and communicating that to the other guys so they understand the importance of it. And when people and the players and receivers understand the importance of that's when it all clicks. And that's my point of, whether George and that connection, it's a system and it is plays. And so that connection comes from knowing where you are in the progression, when you're supposed to be there, and getting there at that right time of when I get to you. And whether I got to you or not, being able to coach off of it, go back and look at it on the film, because when we do get to that progression, we're going to need you. And so that's him just maturing, growing, and becoming the great leader that I've already witnessed, and excited for him just continue to take steps at that.
Mike Ducey, Fox 4. Tyler Smith, the day you guys arrived, said that he thinks this is a Super Bowl winning roster, potentially. Do you think that's a reasonable expectation?
Hell yeah. If he doesn't believe it, or anybody in that locker room don't believe it, then I asked them to get out. And Schotty said it day one we showed up. If you don't want to win a Super Bowl or don't think we can win a Super Bowl, then then don't come to Oxnard, and you're in the wrong place. We know the standard when you wear the star. We know the expectations. And I credit Schotty for not shying away from it. I don't think anybody's ever heard me shy away from it. And so it's just making sure everybody understands that. I mean, with great high expectation comes greater results. So we have to think that. You have to manifest that. You've got to take the steps each and every day with that in the forefront of your mind, or with that in the back of your mind, I guess, or however you think, right, to make sure that you're not taking anything for granted, that every rep you need to get better. We don't need to peak right now, but we do need to make sure that we're getting better, and we're better tomorrow than we were today. We're better today than we were yesterday. And with that mindset, and with the camaraderie, the connection, the true brotherhood that we're continuing to build and work on, as Schotty has alluded to from day one, that's a damn sure possibility. So if guys don't believe that, then they're in the wrong team, wrong organization, and wrong place. So I appreciate Tyler for speaking that, saying that, and believing that.
Motivated by the top 10 quarterbacks list that did not include you?
Motivated? That's temporary. I don't think I've really ever cared about a list. I was, the ninth or so guy taken when I was taken. The list changes every person you ask. The list changes every year. With injuries, obviously the list should change. As new players come in, the list is going to change. So not something I really ever give weight to. I know who I am. I'm confident who I am. As I said, it's about me just continuing to get better, healthy, and grow and make sure I'm the best player, quarterback, and leader I can be for this team. And that's the list I care about.
Jonah Javad, WFAA. Dak, you mentioned kind of the 10 years and, where you were then versus now, but you ever think back to like what the mindset was for when you first went to your first training camp and what that young man was?
All right, I had to go get my power cord from my backup system. Sound like Dak was talking about he didn't care about any kind of list he's on. He just wants to win. Appreciate that about Dak Prescott. R-Dub, appreciate that $20 super chat. R-Dub, check this out. R-Dub said, what it do, G? It's really a shame that Schotty is building the culture for the last few months and Jerry tears it down in one news conference discussing his star players getting hurt while going to battle for him. Now, R-Dub, let me tell you why I only think this is to the fan base. The fan base thinks like that, but the team don't think like that. And the reason why I say that is I heard Oso Digizua say they don't get offended by nothing Jerry does because they understand what he's doing. This is one of the ways that Jerry has made the Cowboys the most valuable franchise in the world. The drama goes along with it. And this is why I keep telling people, y'all better stop calling Jerry crazy. Stop calling Jerry ignorant. This man is well calculated in the stuff that he does, and he gives the media. Y'all need to understand, Jerry knows there are two audiences for the Cowboys. Those who love the Cowboys, those who hate the Cowboys. There are people who report good things on the Cowboys. There's a lot of people that report bad things on the Cowboys. And in Jerry's eyes, no news is bad news. As long as they're talking about you. That's how Jerry thinks. Jerry is well calculated on the stuff he was saying with Michael Parsons. Jerry knows full well he's going to pay Michael Parsons. Michael Parsons knows full well he's going to pay Michael Parsons. Dak Prescott knows he's going to pay Michael Parsons. Is there really anybody who don't know he's not going to pay Michael Parsons? We know he's going to pay Michael Parsons. Also, Digizua said, nope, we don't pay attention to what Jerry says. Because in actuality, they all love They all love Jerry Jones. They love Jerry Jones, man. I'm telling you. They know Jerry Jones, the person. We don't know Jerry Jones, the person. They do. They know that Jerry Jones will give his right arm for him. They know this stuff. George Pickens said one of the first people that made him feel welcome in Dallas, Jerry Jones. A year from now, George Pickens will be dealing with Jerry Jones on a contract. And we don't know how it's going to go. But I wouldn't be surprised if they franchise him first, because I don't think they're letting him out of Dallas. They're going to franchise him first, and then we'll see where they go from there. But at the same token, they don't let what Jerry does, they don't let it offend him. Even Dak said last year, I don't pay attention to nothing that Jerry Jones says. Dak Prescott said this. Dak Prescott said it. That's why he even said earlier, hey, it's every year. Book it. The Cowboys have a lot of players coming up on contracts. Ty Smith is one of them. Deron Bland is one of them. Brandon Aubrey is one of them. I mean, man, we got players coming up on contracts, bro. There are about 10 of them. 4 of them I don't think we're going to sign. We're going to have some of the same type of discussions as it applies to Jerry Jones because they're dealing with the same organization of athletes first. But I say all that to say, R-Dub, the players don't seem to think this is a big deal as much as we think it's a big deal. Because, as I said before, They're appreciative of what Jerry does. They're appreciative of the players he's brought around him this time. They're appreciative of Jerry Jones. They're just like anybody else. Do we like everything certain people do in our life sometimes? No. We got grandparents, we don't like everything they do. We got parents, we don't like everything they do. How many times has your mom or your dad said something around your friends and you go, when your friends leave, you go, why do you say that? Sometimes you'll say it in front of them. You have to tell that story. These players don't see this the way we do. They don't. There is nothing Jerry did this week, according to how these players say it, that has deterred them from their goal. And I'm going to give Brian Schottenheimer I'm going to give him the ultimate praise. The one thing that Mike McCarthy would do, Mike McCarthy would sometimes take the side of the players. Sometimes he would leave his players out in the cold. Y'all remember when Dak Prescott advocated for Mike McCarthy? Mike McCarthy says, oh, I don't know what Dak talking about. I got plenty to say so. He goes on, starts talking about the say so he has in the draft room, draft picks, free agency. Mike McCarthy, hey, it was we figured out, okay, so we ain't going to blame Jerry all the way no more because you seem to be a part of this stuff. Have we noticed what Brian Schottenheimer has done so great? He's staying out of the players' business. He's keeping their head in the game. What does he keep telling them? This is the business of football. And not only is it the business of football, we're going to have to come to an understanding too. This is the business of the Dallas Cowboys, whether we like it or not. This is the business. Don't get offended. Don't take it personal. Jerry gonna take some shots. Take them shots. Keep working. Keep being there for your team. Understand, I got to be patient because I'm going to get paid. Jerry has done some great things for the Cowboys, I'm telling us. This season in particular, Jerry has done some great things. Jerry hasn't just been out there, advertising for the team. No, man, we got to get this dude credit. Jerry has brought in 5X number 1 draft picks. Absolutely fabulous draft. George Pickens hired the coaching staff that Brian Schottenheimer is raving about, and we're raving about too. Jerry hired that coaching staff. Brian don't sign no checks. We can't just look at Jerry in a vacuum. And so Jerry did what Jerry does, bring a little drama, but meanwhile, behind the scenes, I promise you what Jerry's doing. They brought in James Houston. I bet you right now, they're sitting down with Will McClay. What one tech can we bring in? Let's start looking at corners. Where else can we improve? And they're going to do it. They're going to do it. We got to give Jerry credit. Because Root, R-Dub, I appreciate what you said. But if Jerry can tear down a culture in one press conference, that culture isn't strong. And that's one of the reasons why Brian has built the culture that he's built to not only endure the Kevontae Turpins, to not only bring in George Pickens, change his life, but also to help his own team endure Jerry Jones. Has anyone not noticed what Brian keeps doing? Brian keeps telling them every time this Jerry Jones stuff comes up, that's the business. That's the business. That's the business. Endure the business. Keep your head in the game. And continues to praise Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones. And I said this from the beginning about Brian Schottenheimer. I can appreciate this man is a great communicator. He's a great studier of people. And he knows how to be a bridge, not a barrier, but a bridge between the players in the front office. Brian Schottenheimer has done a marvelous job of managing this. They asked him today, have you talked to Micah? Yeah, I'll talk to Micah. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I talked to Micah. And I told him, keep your head in the game. The business works itself out. CeeDee Lamb, I love what CeeDee Lamb said. Man, don't go back and forth with Jerry. It isn't good. Just keep doing what you're doing. Micah, and understand, R-Dub, you said Micah's definitely talking different. Man, don't let Micah Parsons fool you. One thing I'll tell you about Micah Parsons, I've said this for a whole year. Man, people need to check Micah Parsons' DNA. Micah Parsons and Jerry Jones, to me, are a lot alike. They are a lot alike. Micah likes, he likes a lot of this public stuff too. Podcasts, stuff he'd say on the podcast on a weekly basis, stuff that people he can't understand. Why are people saying this about this? Why are they saying I'm saying this? Because you're not clear a lot of times when you talk. Similar to your uncle, as you call him, Jerry Jones. Heck, he might be Jerry Jones' nephew. Micah and Jerry are similar to me. They both love. I'm not saying that Micah necessarily loves drama, but Micah definitely don't mind the tension. And the strange thing to me was Micah Parsons, we didn't even know about. Nobody knew about this dude at Penn State like this. Nobody would have ever dreamed he was like this. But boy, I think he done got to Dallas. Micah loved the spotlight to come with Dallas. And can't nobody tell me anything different. They are a lot alike, and I'm telling you, Jerry loved him some Micah Parsons. He loved him some Micah Parsons. Jerry ain't gonna tell Micah to kill that doggone podcast. Okay, man, keep it going. It brings attention to the team. Nah, he ain't tore it down. You watch what happens. When Micah Parsons signs that deal, David Mulugheta might as well move on out the way, get his money, and move on out the way, and keep on making Micah deals everywhere else. Because Micah Parsons and Jerry Jones, after Micah signed that deal, him and Jerry Jones gonna be thick as thieves again. They gonna be thick as thieves. Thick as thieves. I won't even be surprised he go back to calling him his uncle. They gonna be thick as thieves. But I appreciate what you're saying, R-Dub. But now the culture is still intact. Star Guardian, he says, let's see if Jerry Jones goes after Christian Wilkins, defensive tackle, Raiders released. I will not be surprised if they do. I'm telling you, is he a true one tech, Star Guardian X? Appreciate that super chat from you and R-Dub. Is Christian Wilkins a true one tech? But we don't need no more three techs up in here. Johnny Blue, I like something that Johnny Blue said too. Johnny Blue said, this is what I think. Same thing I've been saying. But he says it in an even more darker way. Johnny Blue said this in a dark way. Johnny Blue said, Jerry lured Michael into his web. Coming to my parlor, said the spider to the fly. Jerry lured Michael into his web and tried to tell him that everything's going to be. Boy, this boy Johnny Blue talking about Jerry done basically groomed this boy. He done groomed Michael Parsons. He said everything's going to be all right, and Mike agreed to it. And then his agent said, no, now Jerry is all hurt. Yep. I said it. Exactly. I believe they agreed to some kind of deal in principle, and when Michael Parsons brought that deal to his agent, he said no. Meech, Big Meech, Larry Hoover. Meech said Dak, he said, man, Dak hasn't had a real team around him since 2018. Yeah, I'm in agreement. And I still say 2016 might have been the best team he had, Meech. Straight up, as we say from the hood. All right, let me see here. Ron Hanna said, he said, trust G, we have players that can help Micah and Dak. Man, we gotta give Jerry credit, Ron. Jerry has actually put players around both of. Jerry has actually put players around all three of his stars. Jerry has put players. He re-signed Kevontae Turpin. Re-signed Kevontae Turpin. Brought in George Pickens. It's going to open up the play action game for Dak Prescott. Man, I'm telling you, Miles Sanders, I was not sold on this guy at first. But the way this dude's starting to look, man, let me tell y'all. Matter of fact, what we're going to do, we're going to go to some of the film because we've been on about 2 hours and 44. So I want y'all to see some of the film from today, and we'll put some of our other stuff on the back burner. We'll get that. We'll see if we can get that in tomorrow. But I love all the conversations that we're having in the chat and all the conversations we're having about the Cowboys because this stuff actually matters. This stuff matters because I believe the stuff we're talking about is the stuff that's going to get this team also over the hump, their camaraderie. But he said that we have players to help Micah and Dak. GP is going to help this team tremendously on defense as he is on our offense, no doubt. No doubt about it. I'm telling us, man, we got to stop looking at Jerry in a vacuum. Jerry do some dumb stuff, but boy, Jerry has done some absolutely great stuff for this team. Straight up. Meech, you don't have to like it. I'm just telling you, it's straight up the truth. It is. Dominique Pittman said, Brain, David, yes, I'm with you. He said, with all due respect, G, look at how it looked Jerry to make moves, and they still need to do more. Dominique, Jerry ain't done. He just brought in James Houston. Jerry is not done. Jerry's not done. I don't believe they're done. Jerry is going to keep moving. Jerry hadn't said he done. When did Jerry say he was done? When did he say he was done? Newhouse fam said, G, right. Somebody tell me, when did they say this team is complete? Stephen Jones said his goal was to build the best roster in the NFL. Tell me when he said, we've succeeded. Hadn't heard him say it yet. They got a long way to go. And they're going to flash. Again, they're going to flash this season. They're going to look good. But they still got some building to do. And I think we can all agree that the Cowboys have they still have some more work to do. But again, hey man, we gotta, hey, for as much as we say Jerry has done bad things, come on, man. We gotta give this dude credit for what he has done too. Dude done some good things. Straight up. How we not gonna give this dude credit for what he's done this season? All right, Coyote said, no excuses for the offense to be tops in the league, maybe. If the defense is at the bottom, it won't matter. And the defense sucked last year. Yeah, Coyote, again, I'm very concerned about our defense. We got to get that defense going. We got to get that defense. And I think the key going to be to that defense is going to be one tech. One tech. We got to get that true one tech to help out Toya. I think we can lock down. I think we're going to be fine at the cornerback position. And I'm still anticipating Cowboys may bring in Stephon Gilmore. I think he'd be great as a rotational piece. And again, here we go. Post June 1st, there are going to be some cuts. We're going to see some people coming free. There'll be names. As y'all just mentioned, Wilkins. There'll be names. I will not be surprised if some of these names start coming to the Cowboys. G, did you get the breaking news? Are you talking about Wilkins being cut? I am not going to be surprised if some of these players make their way into Dallas. I think Eberflus knows they probably need a one tech. I don't think he's done. Robert said, respect the host in the house. Rule number 2, see number 1. Yes, sir. Uncle Charles said, let's talk Cowboys. Can somebody tell Jerry Jones to close that curtain where the sun... Hey, we gonna see. I think Jerry, after all the flack he got last year and with everything going on, Jerry might absolutely close that curtain. We'll see. All right. Robert Dudley, he said, G, you're so right. He said, you work on the small things to put the big picture together. Yeah. And again, I'm telling you, man, Oso Digizua is the one who kind of changed my mind on the way he said this team sees Jerry. Also said what Jerry do don't. Jerry, Oso Digizua, and I quote, he said, we're the one on the field playing. We're the ones playing on the field. He said what Jerry's saying don't have no bearing on us making plays or not making plays. Okay. If Oso Digizua says it, Dak Prescott says it, I'm going to leave it alone. That's what they said. So I'm rolling with it. I'm rolling with it. They know better than me, I guess, so I'm rolling with it. I think we take this stuff way more serious than they do. I do. I think they get tired of the contract stuff. CD has said it. Dak said it. But at the same time, they're not surprised.
Just trying to aspire and accomplish, and then how it's compared to who you are now.
I mean, yeah, the very first one, I was just trying to get a job, right? And then as guys got injured, it was about showing that I could do it and showing that I belonged. To the year after that and so forth, I think if anyone knows me and spent some time with me outside of just this base right here, you understand, like, I want to get better each and every day in every way that I can. And I can't say that's changed from 24-year-old Dak in second year to now.
Yes, sir.
This is a grind. This is a business. It's tough. And I want it to be tough. I want it to be a grind. I'm up for that each and every day in every way that is going to come. So,
man, I'm about to get that Alexa
I can't say that trying to take advantage and be the best I can has changed to this point. But it's about just the only difference now, as I said, there's a family. And honestly, getting that true balance is, I think it's healthy now when I get to get away from this building and get away from here. My mind truly gets to leave it, where in the past it didn't. And, you know, I think that could be detrimental at times, you know, overthinking things and thinking too much about the things that you want. But
oh, wait a minute. Y'all hearing something that Dak Prescott is saying? Could you imagine all the stuff people say about the Cowboys and Dak Prescott, and you don't have someone to bounce that off of, or someone that can take you away from that from time to time? Dak is saying something now. I have a stress reliever. I have a family. Something that says, okay, get away from football for a moment, recalibrate, come back fresh. Dak said, being deep in your thoughts. Anybody who played dominoes, study long, study wrong. Dak Prescott, not dwelling on these things of the past no more. Just stay in there. Katharina Kiss, Dak has said that too before, and that he doesn't even listen to Jerry anymore. I think a lot of them have that attitude. I think we take it more serious than they take it when Jerry talks. I don't think they think like this about Jerry. And I'll tell you something else. Let me tell you the ultimate thing that's crazy about how people are talking about Jerry Jones and don't even realize it. Who hired Brian Schottenheimer? Who hired him? Jerry and Steven hired him. Straight up, they hired him. We're not giving them credit for that. He started talking to them about this culture. They liked it. They hired him. The Cowboys have done a lot of... Jerry and these Cowboys have done a lot of things right. And again, I don't think Jerry is tearing them apart. This is, you know, I think this would not have been the same if Jerry hadn't tried to do this and Michael hadn't tried to do this without his agent. I don't know if this is necessarily the same. But again, at the end of the day, we'll never know. But I'm good. I'm resolute. I don't think none of this is affecting the Cowboys. Them boys are focused because Brian Schottenheimer has done such a great job of keeping them focused on the main thing and not letting the business get in the way. Not get in the way. Gwen said, all I'm going to say is all about the Cowboys, baby. 2025, period. Yeah, them boys going to do their thing. I think they're going to flash. They're going to do their thing. All right, well, let's hear the rest of this thing with Dak.
Yeah, I think that's the only difference now is I get a true balance when I get away from here and when I get in here, how great it is.
Our commitment to you is delivering the world's most advanced PC. Our passion for...
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. One more Sam Williams question. Schotty talked about how he's seen Sam Williams grow up since he's known him. Sam said he agreed with that, talking about how his family's become important in the perspective of last year's injury. Have you seen a grown-up Sam?
Now, see, Base, I can agree with this. Yeah. It's annoying the way they do things sometimes. But we have to learn how to deal with it in spite of the nonsense. And it's the same thing, like I said, man. There are people in your life that you absolutely love, but sometimes you go, boy, man, girl, man, they do stupid stuff. But you also have to look at the good stuff they do too. You do. You have to look at the good stuff they do too. And Jerry, terrible job over the last 30 years. But this year, Jerry seemed to be on a mission to win a championship. He does. He seems to be on I don't know why it took 30 years, but it definitely like he's on a mission to win one.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Still as funny as they get, and will still say anything that he wants. But just the way that he approaches the game, the way that I've watched him show up for treatment every day, the way that I've watched him attack the rehab, that alone you can tell this guy's mind is matured. And that just continues and runs in every aspect of his life. And whether it be, I mean, him starting a business like this that is doing well, this is a beautiful, comfortable shirt, that his expectations of what he wants in life, I think, that's what's guiding him to grow and mature off the field as well.
Hey, Dak, Patrick Walker.
Man, Sam Williams going to be big for the Cowboys this year. I mean, this team is hyped for this dude. Byron Joe David, what is up with you, man? Good to see you. He said, play 10 more years. Dak want that LeBron James. Hey, he said Dak want that LeBron James time. Hey, Byron Joe David, you heard what they've been saying about LeBron James. They said Balco back in the building. I'm just saying. But no, hey, man, Dak Prescott, man, I think he's going to have a long career. He takes care of his body. If he could just just stay healthy, he'll be fine for the next few years. Poobie D, he said, we beat them regular season the year we lost in the playoffs. Yeah. Yeah, that was 2016, right? That was 2016. You talking about the Green Bay Packers. Miss Major said, I would agree with you, G, but why Michael repost that tweet or Trayvon acting like he's in a hostile work environment? If not Jerry, did who? Oh, no. But think about this, Miss Matrix. Michael, to me, and Jerry are one and the same. I think they both kind of love that drama in that spotlight. And Michael is, I think, a little bit perturbed that the deal hasn't gotten done. I do think he's perturbed. But at the same time, you heard what he said yesterday. They asked him, was he offended? He said no. He said he don't understand it, but he said he's not offended. He know who Jerry is. And I think at the end of the day, contrary to what we believe and understand, man, Jerry liked Michael Parsons. He liked Michael Parsons. Shoot. Jerry Jones liked Michael Parsons. And if Jerry Jones didn't want Michael Parsons to be the highest paid, Jerry could have been done paid him. I think it's a part of his plan. Michael's going to be the highest paid. Alfredo said, gee, I dare anyone, fan or opposing player, to try and do something to harm Jerry in front of one of those players. Shoot. Alfredo, I'm telling you, these players love this man, and people don't realize it. Man, these people love Jerry Jones. They know what he is. This is what has made this franchise. This is why people want to play for this franchise. Okay, you said we beat them with Garrett. We just didn't beat them in the playoffs. Okay, gotcha. And I thought we also beat them in the regular season. I thought we played them in 2016 and Dak Prescott went upside the head of the Green Bay Packers. I'd have to look back on it. But again, I think Nisi, I was noticing that too. Yeah, he do look a little swole, especially look at that jawline. Yeah, he look a little swole. Brandon Cup said, gee, which player was ever released that a team picked up and was show out? Okay, wait a minute. Which player was ever released that a team picked up? Okay, give me some more clarity on that one. All right. Let's hear the rest of this thing with Dak.
DallasCowboys.com. A large part of success, as you know, is the work ethic and the grind. Another large part of it is having fun doing what you're doing. multiple sets, multiple looks, under center, read option. You get another weapon in George Pickens. Just talk about how much fun you're expecting to have to start the Schottenheimer era.
Tons of fun. Tons of fun. Already having fun. Nothing's better than this game of football. It's always given me such an amazing piece, and there's been different years, different times. It can get tougher, and you can sometimes forget that. But keeping that at the forefront of your mind to have fun, I think, is what leads it. And Schotty's a guy who has fun. We're going to compete our ass off, but we have fun. And I think with that, what having fun is allowing everyone to be themselves, and that's what we encourage.
Everybody look good in shorts.
Is to be yourself. And as you said, I've having those different sets, the different formation, the different looks. That's the way that I've seen the game, and I've always seen the game. So the more of that we get, I encourage. And yeah, sure, I might not be as fast or quick as I once was, but trust me, I enjoy still running the ball. And there's a time, there's a place for it, and getting the ball into guys like CD's hands today early and watching him, take a 3-yard pass and make guys miss and get down the field, or whether it be George on a 5-yard route or flipping it to Terp or any of these backs and watching them go make guys miss and have fun. And then I think one of the great parts that we're continuing to preach is about covering down, right? Covering the ball. And you see the energy from offense and defense. But what that allows you to do is celebrate with your guys as well. And the handshakes, right? All of that's fun. And you have to keep the game fun. And Schotty does a great job of leading this group, leading this team, and leading this offense to make sure that we're doing that and allowing guys to be themselves in every aspect.
Now, Dak just said something significant, because one thing about Mike McCarthy, I still say Mike McCarthy is somebody I wouldn't mind having on an advisory board. I wouldn't want him being my coach. But Mike McCarthy is one of these guys to me. Mike McCarthy almost takes the game out of the game, because Mike McCarthy is trying to do all of these technical innovations. I mean, he's trying to just, he brings a lot of analytics to the game. Every time Mike McCarthy made a decision this year that was dumb, well, the analytics said right there it was a good time to go for it. No, it wasn't a good time to go for it right there, Mike McCarthy. You're using AI, you're using analytics to go against reason. Mike McCarthy, to me, took the game out the game. Brian Schottenheimer, on the other hand, is putting the game back in the game. That at the end of the day, guys, this is a game. The business is the business, but don't let it affect the game. And I think that Mike McCarthy was so into all that technical mumbo jumbo that he took the game out of the game. And I noticed Brian Schottenheimer, the way he is brought in the competitiveness on this team is through games. Free throws. Ping pong. Always playing some type of game. Keeping the game in the game. And the game, at the end of the day, the goal is to win, but it's also to have fun while you win. Because winning is fun. The game is much more fun when you're winning, isn't it? Brian is keeping the game in the game. And that's one of the reasons why I can appreciate. Notice, Micah, keep your head in the game. Trayvon, keep your head in the game. Everybody, keep your head in the game. It's a game. It's a game. And we are here to win games. I'm not here to manage your business. I don't care about I care about your business, but I'm more concerned about your head in the game. You're going to get paid. This is Jerry Jones. And I'm sure there is somewhere that Brian Schottenheimer, and the reason why he's telling them the business is going to work itself out. You don't think that Brian Schottenheimer is somewhere talking to Jerry Jones like, hey, Jerry, we got to get this done. Hey, Jerry, you know what? Hey, we all going to get this done, right? Yeah, we going to get it done, Brian. Don't worry. Okay, goes talk to the player. Don't worry about it, Micah. The deal's going to be done. Just be patient. Stay in practice because I need you to stay in the game. Brian Schottenheimer, I'm telling you, man, this dude is doing some things that are just, He's a great liaison between the front office and the players. And Brian Schottenheimer, at every return, he appreciates, and I love this about him, he appreciates the opportunity that Jerry has given him. He appreciates the opportunity that Steven has given him. Brian Schottenheimer is saying some things that players need to understand too. Man, I don't care what nobody say. I've seen where people talking about, yeah, man, people don't want to play for the Dallas Cowboys. You crazy. Man, anybody who say players don't want to play for the Cowboys, man, even with all the bull junk we talking, shoo. What? Man. Who wouldn't want to play for the Dallas Cowboys? Come on, man. Come on, to even think that. There may be some players who grew up hating the Cowboys might not want to play. Shoo. I guarantee you go take a poll of a lot of players in this league and they'll tell you, man, I grew up watching the Cowboys. Shoot, I'd love to play for the Cowboys. It's just not possible. There are people who would love to play for the Cowboys, and especially right now. Man, these dudes know what, hey, man, these dudes know what it is. Alfredo said, G, like I said yesterday, people refuse to acknowledge Jerry, but they don't realize that if not for Jerry, the 90s team never happens. Exactly. Why? It was Jerry that paid Walker. It was Jerry who signed those trades to trade Herschel Walker. It was Jerry who signed that trade to get George Pickens. Man, these players love Jerry Jones. Don't let these people, man, fool you. They love this man. Ron Henner said, man, G, our fan base is really delusional, thinking this team is like last year. We're better than we were last year entering camp. Man, let me tell you something. The Dallas Cowboys front office, everybody's trying to judge this front office off the Micah Parsons thing. Heck no, man, this front office has done a bang-up job. This training camp, the only glitch in this training camp is that Micah Parsons isn't signed. Other than that, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Everything's looking good. Loving it. Gwen said, Miles Sanders, you better know he will. Hey, Gwen, I'm about to show y'all some film. We're going to watch this last part on Dak. We're going to the film.
Bill Jones, CBS
I need to get y'all back excited with some action.
Joe Milton been in the quarterback room.
Over 8,000 men have permanently.
I need to get y'all back excited. I need y'all to see what Jerry has put on this field. I want y'all to see what Brian Schottenheimer is doing for this team. I want y'all to see what's going on.
Speaking of fun, Joe's fun. Joe is a blast. Whether it be in meetings, whether it be on the field, you see the energy on the field, whether I'm in making a play, Will's in making a play, or he's in, posing on the sideline or doing dances, after he runs out of bounds or scores a touchdown. That's contagious. That's very contagious. And Joe's a guy that's going to push me to be better each and every day, and we encourage that in our room. That's the competition, right? That's the part of it. And I told Schotty that from day one. That guy came in, and we went through routes on there outside of the building. I came back and I told Schotty, I don't know if I've ever seen someone throw the ball like that. And it's impressive, but he's not complacent with how well he throws the ball. He's going to push himself to get better in the knowledge and the situations of the game. And I think all that does is, push myself, push this offense, and super thankful to have a guy like that. As I said, not just fun and energy, but very, very professional. And as much as anything, listens and wants to learn and seeks out my knowledge and advice as much as he probably does any coach. And that's fun to be able to just pour into a guy like that.
This is the stuff I love about Dak Prescott. Year after year, Cooper Rush is better than Dak Prescott. This is what they say. Meanwhile, Dak Prescott doesn't care about none of that stuff. He's helping Cooper Rush to be the best quarterback he can be. And he's also using Cooper Rush to help himself. Here's Joe Milton. Dak Prescott has a great relationship with Joe Milton, even with some of this delusional fan base talking about Joe Milton going to take Dak Prescott's spot, don't get hurt, blah, blah, blah. Man, you know what? I can respect everybody saying that, but I am telling y'all, I got a hard time believing. It's not just the money. One, I don't believe you're going to sit $60 million on the bench. I don't care what nobody say. You're not sitting Dak Prescott on the bench. Number two, Joe Milton has a cannon for an arm. But we've seen quarterbacks with cannons for an arm. Joe Milton is not better than Dak Prescott. And anybody who knows anything about football knows Joe Milton isn't better than Dak Prescott. I think Joe Milton knows he's not better than Dak Prescott. And that's why he's learning, because it's one thing to be athletically gifted. You can be an athletically gifted quarterback and not be a good quarterback. Dak is teaching Joe Milton, how to be a quarterback, a professional franchise quarterback in this league. That's what Dak Prescott is teaching. How to be a leader of men. Taking him on the getaway. Showing him how he studies. Being an example for him. So that when your time comes, whether it be through whatever way, you're going to be ready. Dak Prescott don't even blink talking about Joe Milton. Dak Prescott even acknowledges, hey, he got a cannon for an arm. But Dak Prescott is smart enough to know. You don't think there were dudes that could throw better, throw farther than me? Throw better than me? 4-star, 5-star recruits? You don't think I've faced this stuff before? Dak Prescott is saying, man, I've seen it all. Dak Prescott isn't even supposed to be here. 4th round draft pick, everybody's saying he'll be a career backup. Dude was a starter since day one. Start of his rookie season, wasn't supposed to, wound up being a starter. 10 years later, here he is. Highest paid quarterback in the league. On America's team. And now in his 10th season, finally we're getting some leeway. And Jerry has decided that now we're going to start putting a great team around this dude. Dak has no fear. And when you have no fear and you know who you are, this is why he can talk about Joe Milton the way that he does. And not be afraid to talk about Joe Milton, not be afraid to praise Joe Milton, because Dak Prescott don't see Joe Milton the way that these Dak Prescott haters see Joe Milton. Dak Prescott don't see Joe Milton as somebody that's going to take his spot. You don't see him as competition. He may see him as somebody that helps him be more competitive, somebody that pushes him. But Dak Prescott is very confident in who he is. And he going to help Joe Milton in every way he can. Boy, you got to love Dak Prescott. I don't care what anybody say. You have to love Dak Prescott. And to not root for this guy, man, what is wrong with you? This guy is incredible. Special type of human being. And I'm telling you, I guarantee you Joe Milton appreciates it. Joe Milton appreciates it, and it's going to make this dude, so much better in the future, whether it be with the Cowboys or whether it be with somebody else. This dude's incredible. This is the last question from Dak Prescott. Then we're going to go to some plays before I let y'all out of here tonight. Appreciate y'all rocking with me tonight.
We talked about year 10 a couple times. What motivates you at this point?
In the game of football? Yeah, having fun and winning the Super Bowl. Period. Period. It's what I want. It's what I want from this game, and I know it's what everyone wants in this locker room. We got a head coach who I know is hungry for it, who just hearing him speak and hearing him speak about his dad, right, and his father having those chances and those opportunities, that's Super Bowl. Winning. And obviously, if we give everything we can and you go at it, you know, there's a lot of good things and patches and pats on the back, I guess you can say, on the way of attempting that. But that's what's on my mind. And 10 in, ready to play another 10. But I want that first and foremost now, and that is the urgency that.
Jeremy Johnston, he said, bro, you're delusional. Jerry put plenty of good teams around Dak. Name them. Tell me when Dak has had a number one defense in front of him like Jalen Hurts. I'm going to wait on you. We're going to see who delusional Jeremy Johnston. Isn't it strange? You said Dak Prescott has had 13 Pro Bowlers around him. So you think Pro Bowlers equal Super Bowls? See, I'm going to challenge you for saying something so silly without your research. Show me the team, Jeremy Johnston. Show them to me. Show me the team with 13 Pro Bowlers that won a Super Bowl. Show them to me. Show them to me. Jerry's been good about bringing in players. Jerry has not been good about putting together teams. And what Brian Schottenheimer is doing is putting together a team. Tell me the Pro Bowlers. Tell me. Tell me. I want you to tell me, Jeremy Johnston. Please, don't run. Tell me too. I'm going to wait on you. Tell me. It's amazing to me that when we talk about Super Bowl teams, anybody ever notice we don't talk about Pro Bowls? We don't talk about Pro Bowls on Super Bowl teams. We don't talk about it. You want to know why? Because Dak said it early in this conversation. You don't necessarily need the best players. But what you need is good players all playing together. Dak just said something simple. It's not about having the best players, because we've actually had one of the best quarterbacks statistically, win-wise. We've had one of the best quarterbacks. Dak Prescott, from 2021 to 2023, there was nobody better other than Patrick Mahomes. I'm not going to do your homework for you. Go check the stats. There was nobody in a 3 to 4 year span with more wins. Nobody with more statistics, as in touchdowns, yards, completions, all these things. But Dak Prescott lacks something very vital. A team. I'm not talking about players, bro. I'm talking about teams. You have to put together teams. Teams win Super Bowls. It is a myth that quarterbacks win Super Bowls. Teams win Super Bowls. You want to know why Tom Brady got beat 3 times? Nick Foles beat Tom Brady because Nick Foles was on the better team. Nick Foles was on the better team that actually outcoached Bill Belichick. It was the Super Bowl that Bill Belichick gave up a plethora of points. He couldn't stop Philadelphia with Nick Foles. Stop it. You late to the party. Dak Prescott is not the team. He's the quarterback. Eli Manning got Super Bowls before Peyton Manning. Eli Manning better than Peyton Manning? I bet you won't find nobody that'll tell you that lie. But did Eli Manning have better players around him early on than Peyton Manning? You better believe he did. Eli Manning had something that Peyton Manning never had. A defense. You want to know when Peyton Manning started winning Super Bowls? Peyton Manning didn't win Super Bowls at the peak of his career. Man, this man got carried to Super Bowls. Peyton Manning didn't start winning Super Bowls. By the time Peyton Manning started winning the Super Bowls, man, Peyton Manning couldn't even throw past 20 yards in one of them Super Bowls. Stop it. Man, get out. I appreciate you being here, but that statement is dumb. It's a misinformed and it's an uninformed statement. Dak Prescott is more than good enough to win. Man, you talking about good teams. Good teams don't. Man, good teams rarely win the Super Bowl. You need great to elite teams to win this game. Jalen Hurts was on a bona fide super team. Matthew Stafford, now all of a sudden Matthew Stafford is top 7. Strange to me, he hasn't won another Super Bowl since the super team. Lamar Jackson, they say he's top 5, hasn't won a Super Bowl. Josh Allen, top 5, stacked him with a team this year. If Josh Allen don't win a Super Bowl this year or the year after, what are we going to start saying about him? What's been the problem? Man, 13 Pro Bowls, man, I don't care if you had 19 Pro Bowlers. If you don't have a team, if you don't have good coaching, you're going to win games, but you're not going to win championships. End of story. Newhouse fan. Oh, I got you. I got you, Ice Cold. I'm telling us. Straight up, straight up. It is nonsense when we start talking like this about Dak Prescott. It's nonsense. This has not been Dak Prescott why this team has had a 30-year drought. They did the same thing to Tony Romo. They gave Tony Romo players, but they didn't put great teams around Tony Romo. They didn't put great teams around Tony Romo. They didn't. Tony Romo had a great running back at once upon a time in DeMarco Murray. Had a great wide receiver in Dez Bryant. Had a great tight end in Jason Witten. Had 3 great linemen in Zach Martin, Travis Frederick, Ty Smith. Problem is, tell me the number one defense that Tony Romo played opposite of. Tell me the number one defense that Dak Prescott has played opposite of. You sound like Colin Cowherd talking about 13 Pro Bowlers. I heard Colin Cowherd make that same dumb argument. Meanwhile, last year, Jalen Hurts, number one run defense in football, top 5 offensive line, best trenches almost in football, especially with the Detroit Lions being decimated. There's a reason why that dude and that team won the Super Bowl. Crazy talk. Not listening to it. Crazy talk. 13 Pro Bowlers don't guarantee you no Super Bowl because there are teams who have had less than half of that and have won Super Bowls without even having good quarterback play. Trent Dilfer is the poster child for winning a Super Bowl on a team with a number one defense. Defense wins championships. We lie to ourselves every day. We lie to ourselves every day like the quarterback wins it all by himself. John Dallas Irvin said Troy Aikman, Michael Irvin, Alvin Harper, Evan Smith, and Moose. John, go back and look at the defenses that the defense that Troy Aikman had in 92. Number one defense in football. Number one defense in football. Turned over the Buffalo Bills multiple times in one game. Knocked out Jim Kelly. Frank Reich, I think it was Frank Reich up in there. No chance. Troy Aikman went on for the Super Bowl MVP because his defense destroyed Buffalo. Man, you give Dak Prescott a number one defense, you give any quarterback a number one, number two, number 3 defense. Yeah, they're gonna probably compete. Man, we ain't had no defenses in there. Name me one good defense. We'll talk about players. Name me one defense that this team had that was a true number 1, number 2, number 3, number 5, a top 5 defense that could stop the run. We ain't had one yet.
I carry with just the love and the passion of this game is not only wanting to win for myself, but one win for this organization. It's been damn long enough, but knowing what it'll do, not knowing what it'll do for the guys in the locker room, and we got to keep that at the forefront of our mind. That's why I said Tyler Smith saying that, Schotty saying that, guys not backing down from that. Yeah, look it in the face, look it in the eyes, and do whatever you can. I think that helps you, choose your sacrifices. I think that makes choices for you, I think that shows you the lane that you need to go if you just keep that on your mind. When you're on the field, when you're in drills, when shit gets hard, or when you're at home on your personal time and you're trying to figure out, should I do this or should I do that? If we keep that on our mind, not just me, everyone. When one thinks something is good, but when 2 think it is powerful, when we can get 100 plus guys to think it, it can happen. So that's what it's about.
Thank you, Dak.
Thank you.
Okay, now, as we get ready to go into these plays, I want to show you. I want you to catch on to something that Dak Prescott said. Dak Prescott's first season. I think that Dak's first season, I think that was the best team that Dak played on, or one of the best teams that Dak played on. And Dak was talking about that first season, what was on his mind was just trying to get a job, trying to win a job. He wasn't supposed to be the starter. Dak Prescott comes in this thing and him and Zeke take off. And I mean, they take off in a way that just shocked the NFL, similar to what it seems a lot of these rookie quarterbacks do. They have some skill, have some players around them, catch this league off guard. The problem is your mindset isn't like it is after that. Now you know what that means. But the problem is, but you don't have those same type of players around you anymore. I mean, people don't understand, man. Zeke fell off a cliff so quick. Zeke fell off a cliff so quick that I still say Travis Frederick changed the trajectory of this team. Travis Frederick changed the trajectory of this team. When Travis Frederick went down, this team didn't recover. People don't understand. Travis Frederick was the anchor of that offensive line. It didn't recover. We did not replace Travis Frederick. I'm not saying we didn't get somebody at center, but you don't replace Travis Frederick. Travis Frederick is a generational center. We're just now getting back to the point where, like, man, Cooper Beebe, man, this dude might be the truth. Travis Frederick was generational. That kind of derailed the Cowboys' run game. Zeke getting hurt, that kind of derailed the Cowboys' run game. And you will notice what happened to the Cowboys, they came more and more dependent upon turning Dak Prescott not into a play-action quarterback, but turning him into a drop-back quarterback. Now Dak, in his older age, has realized, like so many do, I bet you Joe Burrow is thinking like this. Joe Burrow was the kryptonite of one Patrick Mahomes. He hasn't been back to a Super Bowl since. Hasn't even been close. Joe Burrow, top 5 quarterback, may never get that close again. There are layers to this thing. And people make it all about the quarterback. Man, I said it before. Championships start from the top down. You want to win championships? Your owner has to be all in. Tell me the season that Jerry Jones has been all in with Dak Prescott. The only season I can tell you that Jerry's been all in with Dak Prescott, 2025. It now seems like Jerry is all in this man's 10th season. You want to win a championship? You entrust your GM to get you the players that you need to win that championship. Go look at what the Detroit Lions did over the last 3 years. Go look at what Howie Roseman has been doing now for the last, 7 years. Howie Roseman stays in the Super Bowl. Stays in the Super Bowl. People don't realize this man stays in the Super Bowl because he continues to find ways to not just have players. He continues to find ways to have coaches. He continues to find ways to have players. He continues to find ways to pay his players. He continues to find ways to put teams together that can win Super Bowls. Howie Roseman has done that. The Kansas City Chiefs, they found ways to put teams around Patrick Mahomes. And Patrick Mahomes is really the only exception that we have of a quarterback in the last few years that has won a Super Bowl without a top 5 defense. Only Patrick Mahomes. But I give him credit because Spagnuolo is still a master defensive play caller. Andy Reid is going to go down in history as the best. I believe he's going to go down in history as the best head coach we've ever seen. Andy Reid is a master play caller. But when you think about winning Super Bowls, all this quarterback talk is done. Whoever can put together the best teams, they're the ones that win the Super Bowls. I don't care nothing about no Pro Bowls. And if you look at a lot of the Super Bowl teams, you'll find out they're not talking about a lot of doggone Pro Bowlers. The only bowl that they're talking about is the Super Bowl. That's all they're talking about. Because typically when you have a very good team, you have a great team, a lot of guys don't get highlighted individually because the team is playing so good together collectively. It is what it is. All right, we're going to go to some plays real quick. Show y'all this before we get out of here. So, I want to make sure that Jeremy Johnston understands where I'm coming from. No offense to you, but you got to understand. You sound like Colin Cowherd because I heard Colin Cowherd say that same nonsense. So let's play the game, y'all. Let's play the game before we get to these clips. Let's play the game. I want y'all to tell me, somebody tell me, right off the rip, because Jeremy Johnston said that Dak Prescott has had 13 Pro Bowlers around him. Somebody tell me how many Pro Bowlers did the Philadelphia Eagles have in 2024 when they won the Super Bowl? Yeah, we're going to play the game. I got time. Let's play the game. How many Pro Bowlers? How many Pro Bowlers? Can you tell me, Jeremy? Anybody that's hating on Dak Prescott? Jeremy, can you tell me? Because you just said 13 Pro Bowlers. That must equal a Super Bowl. Can you tell me how many Pro Bowlers the Philadelphia Eagles had last year? Because I'm going to blow your mind with this answer. Because you just said that Dak Prescott has had players. Yeah, he's had players, hadn't had teams. How many Pro Bowlers? I'm going to save us the suspense. Wait a minute. Let me just ask one more question. Was it double digit? Did Jalen Hurts have double-digit Pro Bowlers around him? Somebody help me out. Double-digit. Because our friend Jeremy Johnston said Dak had 13 Pro Bowlers around him and didn't win the Super Bowl. Strange. Because 13 Pro Bowlers are supposed to guarantee the Super Bowl. I'm going to show you how these hypocrites like Colin Cowherd and all of them, they move the goalpost when it comes to Dak Prescott. But when you start looking at the real stuff, you realize very quickly, these guys say stuff for headlines. They barely do the real research. There's a thing called the internet. I don't proclaim to be a genius. Anybody want to take a wild guess? I think I saw Pure Gaming. Pure Gaming said 7 Pro Bowlers. Let me see. Johnny Dallas Irvin said 13 Pro Bowlers maybe in 10 years. Watch this. I'm going to blow your mind. Ron Hanna said I think it was 7. Now I'm going to really blow your mind. You ready? Watch this. I'm going to show it to you on the screen. Strange. So it requires 13 Pro Bowlers to win the Super Bowl? It's kind of crazy to me because unless this is wrong, maybe it's wrong. But in 2024, the Philadelphia Eagles had 6 Pro Bowlers. Saquon Barkley, Zach Bond, Jalen Carter, Landon Dickerson, Lane Johnson, Cam Jurgens. Hold on a second. Can y'all help me out with something? Does anybody see somebody's name missing off the list for the Pro Bowlers for the Philadelphia Eagles? Because Jeremy Johnston said Dak Prescott had 13 Pro Bowlers, hasn't won. Meanwhile, Jalen Hurts had a super team around him, but he only had how many Pro Bowlers? I think I'm looking at 6. Now, this could be wrong. Somebody double check me. But do y'all see a name missing off the list? What name is missing off the list for the Pro Bowlers for the Philadelphia Eagles and they won the Super Bowl? What name could be missing? What name could be missing? There's a name missing on the list. Anybody see a name missing off the list? Look at this. Jeremy said 13 Pro Bowlers. Dak should have won. Meanwhile, only 6 Pro Bowlers. Six Pro Bowlers. And there's a person that's missing off the list. Anybody see a name that's missing? Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Robert M. Did Robert M. just say that Jalen Hurts is missing on the list? Hold on a second. Ron Hanna, can I put you up on game? You want to know why A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith are not on the list? Because Jalen Hurts is not going to throw enough to even get them close to the list, and they should be Pro Bowl wide receivers. Strange, isn't it? Strange, isn't it, that you don't require 13 Pro Bowlers to win the Super Bowl? But when you got a team, but when you have a team, strange how you can win Super Bowls, isn't it? Hold on a second. Let me look at something else. Hold on. See, sometimes you got to just you just got to pop out like Kendrick Lamar said. Hold on a second. There's something called the internet. I'm going to show you how you can prove this stuff just by paying attention. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on a second. Y'all help me out because I'm missing something. How does the team whose quarterback doesn't make the Pro Bowl, how does the team that only has 6 Pro Bowlers? Now, Jeremy said that Dak Prescott has had 13 Pro Bowlers. That should equal Super Bowl. Jalen Hurts has half of that, don't even make the Pro Bowl, but wins the Super Bowl. Hold on a second. You want to know why the Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl? Read it and weep. Who was the number 1 defense in football last year? Read it and weep. How'd they do this? How did the Eagles have the number 1 overall defense, only allowing an average of 278.4 yards per game, playoff average 351 yards per game, only allowed 33 TDs, and only allowed 5 TDs in the playoffs? You don't think you're going to the Super Bowl? Yeah, I don't care who your quarterback is. You're going to the Super Bowl. You're going to the Super Bowl when you have the number 1 defense in football. You don't need 13 Pro Bowlers. You need a team. Nobody finds this to be strange? Dak Prescott, let's move the goalposts. 13 Pro Bowlers. Team isn't that good. 13 Pro Bowlers. Hold on a second. Wait, where's the Dallas Cowboys on this list? Number 28? This was 2024. This is how you win Super Bowls. Defense wins championships, not 13 Pro Bowlers. Not 13 Pro Bowlers. Defenses win championships. Hold on a second. There's this thing called the internet. I just want to check this for myself. Hold on a second. Hold on. Okay, Jeremy, you got me. You got me, Jeremy. Because you said that 13 Pro Bowlers for Dak Prescott is supposed to guarantee a Super Bowl. Okay, you got me. The Kansas City Chiefs proved me wrong. Can somebody tell me in 2023, if I'm not mistaken, the Kansas City Chiefs were the Super Bowl champions? Can somebody tell me how many Pro Bowlers the Kansas City Chiefs had in 2023? I need some Jeopardy music. Y'all tell me. I'll give us about 30 seconds because I know y'all a little bit behind. Can somebody tell me how many Pro Bowlers the Kansas City Chiefs had in 2023? How many Pro Bowlers? Did they have 13? How many? How many did they have? How many Pro Bowlers did the 2023 Kansas City Chiefs have? How many Pro Bowlers? Anybody think it was double digits? Because I'm going to blow your mind again. You don't need 13 Pro Bowlers. What you need is a team. Yeah, Deion Jefferson, sometimes you got to pop out and show. Man, I'm going to pop out just for a moment. I'm going to pop out just for a moment. Because you got to make a believe out of people. We start regurgitating the Colin Cowherds, the Stephen A. Smiths. We start regurgitating people who use stats against the Dallas Cowboys, use stats against Dak Prescott so that they can make their argument. But then when you start making that same argument towards other teams, it falls to pieces. Kansas City Chiefs, y'all ready? Kansas City Chiefs had 7 Pro Bowlers. 7 Pro Bowlers. But they won the Super Bowl. Jerry has always been pretty good about putting together players. Jerry will have some of the highest paid players in the NFL. Everybody knows that Jerry pays his players. Who don't know it? The problem with Jerry, he has not been very good at putting together teams. You want to know when he was good at putting together teams? When he allowed Jimmy to put them together. And then he would sign off on the teams that Jimmy would help him put together. I'm sure he might have told Jimmy no sometimes. But when you put teams together, Jimmy didn't put just players on the Cowboys. Jimmy put together a team, built a culture, great coaches. Jimmy had that thing running like a well-oiled machine. Tell me when the Cowboys have done that the last 30 years. This is why we're so excited about Brian Schottenheimer. Because Brian Schottenheimer is the closest thing to Jimmy Johnson that we've seen in 30 years. That's why everybody's so excited about Brian Schottenheimer. Man, you don't need 13 Pro Bowls to win no Super Bowl. You need a team. That's what you need is a team. And we haven't had teams. When I think about the fact that we're talking about paying Micah Parsons all this money, Micah Parsons has 1 sack in 4 playoff games. DK Metcalf, where am I going with this? You don't require a lot of Pro Bowlers to win the Super Bowl. What you require, DK, is a team. It requires a great team. Great players don't equal a great team. Michael Jordan didn't become dominant until Michael Jordan got a great team. And where did the team start? It wasn't just Scottie Pippen. It wasn't just John Kerr. It wasn't just Paxson. It wasn't just Horace Grant. It wasn't just those players. It wasn't just Tony Kukoc. It wasn't just Dennis Rodman. The coaching. When they brought in Phil Jackson, what happened? They had a team. Phil Jackson changed the culture. They had a team. Dominant players can't dominate without good and great players around them. It requires teams to win championships. We knew Michael Jordan was him. He scored, what, 65 points against the Boston Celtics? Larry Bird called him in the playoffs Jesus with sneakers. Black Jesus with sneakers. But did he beat the Boston Celtics? Heck no. Because he couldn't do it by himself. But when he got Phil Jackson, Scottie Pippen, somebody that could coach these role players around him, these players who could be good at certain things around Michael Jordan, what happened? Championships. When you think about the amount of Hall of Fame players that Michael Jordan actually played with, it's not as many as people think. But when you talk about the team, and when I think about the 90s Cowboys, I don't think about the individual players, even though those players were good. It takes a very special kind of coach, and this is what people don't give Phil Jackson enough credit for. Not everybody can coach a whole lot of talent. Not everybody can coach a whole lot of talent. One thing we know about Mike McCarthy had some great teams with Aaron Rodgers. He didn't know how to coach them. He didn't know how to coach them. That's one of the reasons why he got ran out of Green Bay. He didn't know how to use the talent around him. One Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers in all the years he had him. Travesty. I'm just telling us, it requires teams to win Super Bowls. Bottom line. Now, all right, I'm not going all off into that tonight. Let me show y'all this before y'all get out of here. I don't know if y'all have seen all of the good plays or the great plays that the Cowboys have done, that the Cowboys had this today, and I'm pretty sure there may have been some more. But I'm going to show you some of the plays that I was able to track down that the Cowboys had. All right. I figured these plays would look better with a little music behind them. I'm going to turn the sound off on them. Dak Prescott, Schoonmaker, defense, caused the fumble. Let's check that out again. I think that's Schoon, right? Yep. Fumble by Schoon. All right. Let me show you one y'all gonna really appreciate. Look at this. Look. The deuce is loose. Hey man, I'm sorry. You ain't picking me up, bro, like a little kid. But look at Deuce Vaughn. Boom. Hey, I ain't gonna lie, Deuce Vaughn like he got some speed, man. Deuce Vaughn may get his opportunity. Oh, I'm sorry, Pure Gaming. Forgive me. All right, Deuce is loose. Let's go. Appreciate you, Pure Gaming. Yeah, Deuce looking pretty. Hey, Deuce look pretty good. I ain't gonna lie. Shoo, hey, he looked pretty good. All right, I'm sure y'all can see it now. Hey, little Deuce. He looking all right. Yeah. Brandon Cup, straight up. MJ needed good coaching. Discipline, structure. Pippen, cool coach, Grant, etc. Basically a team. Cut the games. Dak by himself on the field. He said Dak by himself on the field is trash. You right. By himself, he's absolute trash. But add 10 players. Yep. Players. Coaches. Give him a team. Y'all watch what I tell you. Dak's about to have the best 3 years of his life. Yay, man. Dude's looking pretty good. All right, let me give y'all some more. Boy, I'm telling you, I scoured the internet today. Man, I was getting everything. Y'all ready for the shock? Man, let me tell you something. This one shocked me. Because yesterday when he mentioned, okay, no, this is not this one, but again, This is Dak showing his mobility. Check it out. Nice throw on the run. But this ain't the one I want to show you. Watch this. Watch this one right here. Let me see. Let me skip down. This the one I did the watch this, y'all. This blew my mind. I've been wondering, like, when Brian Schottenheimer brought up this thing about the pistol, brought up this thing about the Wildcat. Well, I'm wondering, like, who gonna run the pistol? Yesterday, I got a clip. I'm gonna release the video later on tonight. Joe Milton running that read option, basically the pistol. But look at this. Yeah, that's number 4 back there, I believe. Check this out. Number 4 back there. Check it out. What? Man, that's Dak Prescott. Now, I hope they don't do a lot of this, but that's Dak Prescott. Yep. That's Dak Prescott. They got Dak Prescott back there running this thing. Here it is again, another angle. Dak Prescott getting busy. I see you, Dak. Thank you, Sanborn, for putting your hands up. Yup. Dak Prescott running it. Dak Prescott running it. All right, let me show you some more. Man, I got another one. This one right here. Man, I got excited about this one, y'all. We've been waiting. I've been wanting to hear this name. Here it is. Look who this is. Jaden Blue. Man, I'm telling you, Jaden Blue. Look. Wait, look. Hold on. This is similar to what I was talking about. Now, we're not seeing it to its full, but look at this. Jaden Blue, Kevontae Turpin. Now, this right here looks like Mingo. But imagine Jaden Blue, Kevontae Turpin, CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, Jake Ferguson, Jalen Tolbert on the field at the same time. I do think we're going to see this. But this is Jaden Blue. Joe Milton not here, so this is second team, obviously. But look. Jaden Blue got a different type of speed, y'all. Boy, Jaden Blue got a different type of speed, man. Man, Jaden Blue got a different type of speed, y'all. Jaden Blue got a different type of speed. I love it. All right, watch this. So next, we got Malik Hooker. And watch what he's about to do to Dak Prescott. This is what I was telling y'all earlier when Dak was talking about, high pointing the ball, stuff like that. Right here, I think Dak Prescott is going to have to learn what is the catch radius of George Pickens, because watch what Hooker does. Look at this. And I'm thinking that might not be Pickens, but whoever this is, Dak Prescott Aim for the bottom of the goalpost. Got to get this higher. Just check it out. Got him. And that might be Pickens back there, isn't it? Yeah, he got him. He got him one there. Yeah, I think this is Pickens. Got it. Oh, got to get that higher. See, I think he's got to aim this. When you talking about Pickens, man, I think you can get this about up in here. If Hooker gonna get this, or this is us playing somebody else, hey man, make him go up there and get it. Put it to where you believe only Pickens can get it. So he didn't get that up high enough. This is one of the things that he gotta get this right with Pickens. Watch this one more time. Gotta get it up higher, Dak. And I want y'all to see something else too. This dude, Donovan Ezeraku, shoot. Man, I don't know if anybody blocking this dude in the doggone practices. Boy, when this dude get on the field, I mean, put them pads on, man, I'm ready to see what he looks like. Watch this, watch this. Donovan Ezeraku in this play is what people aren't paying attention to. Watch Donovan Ezeraku, he 41. Watch this. Bam! Look at Donovan Ezeraku get around Guyton. Bam! Dak's probably, man, if this is a game, shoot, Dak running for his life. Look at there. Shoot, man, Donovan Ezeraku, that's probably a sack right there. That's a sack right there. I don't care who it is. That boy Donovan Ezeraku gets off that ball, man. Look at this. I'm gonna show you something else on this play. Boy, it's so much going on this play, y'all. It's crazy. Watch this. Watch EZ. You see how quick he get off the ball? Man. That boy EZ got off quick. Look. This dude is off. Man, he gets off before the lineman do. Watch this. Look. Bam. He beat Guyton. This was one of Guyton's weaknesses last year. He gets beat. Now his feet can't catch up. This is what beat Guyton last year. You beat him. Feet can't catch up. Look. Sack. That's a sack. I guarantee you, Ezeraku, if this is real, shoot, Dak don't even get that pass off. But wait a minute. Now, I'm finna show you the real crazy part of this play that y'all missed. Watch this. Watch this. Y'all not even looking at it, are you? Watch this. Let me show you what you missed. So, watch Hooker intercept this pass. Watch who comes running out of the end zone full speed. Look at this. Uh-oh. Pick. Wait. Who is this? Agent Zero. Demo. This is the Marion Overshown, y'all. He ran, threw his hat off. He comes running with the defense down the field. Bam. Look. Whoa. What? What? Man, this dude Debo different. Boy, this is crazy. Man, there's so much going on in this play. Sack. Donovan Ezeraku gets off the ball fast. One-hand interception. And this dude, DeMarion Overshown, throws off the hat, y'all, and he running. Look. Different type of energy. I'm telling y'all, different type of energy. Different type of energy, man. Boy, this crazy. All right, I got some more for you. I'm gonna put this in a video tonight. But y'all getting it all. All right, next we got, let's check it out. Joe Milton and Dak today were getting picked off. Defense was playing good. Watch this. Look at this. Let's go back on this play. Very ill-advised throw by Joe Milton. I mean, no big deal. I mean, it's a big deal, but hey, it is, you know, this is where you want to do this at. Get the film so you can go back and learn. Right here. Look at this. This play is not open. This is where Joe Milton, sometimes people kind of talk about can't string together the plays. No. See, this is what I'm telling you. Just because you have a cannon for an arm doesn't mean that you can make the touch passes, all the throws. This ball should have been further out in the end zone because it looks like whoever that is actually has this guy beat. He has to slow up for the ball, and he's caught up into the scrum, and we got another pick. Yep, got another pick. Pure game said, Milton said, I see some white down there. I see some white down there. Boy, I'm laughing. Hey, now I'm gonna call you on this one. Hold on a second. Who said this down here? Brandon, see who's this? Brandon Cup. Now, I'm gonna call you on this, and the reason why I'm gonna call you on this is Brian Schottenheimer has put an emphasis on practice, man. He said he want to have the best practices in the world. Practice makes perfect. You perfect you perfect things in practice. You see the mistakes you make. This stuff translates in the games. We're not worried about taking the statistics. We're not saying the dude threw interceptions, we're gonna throw him off the team. Hold on a second. Okay, I can see it on here. It's on the screen. You said we can't see the film. It's on here. You make sure. Yeah, it's moving. Johnny Blue, refresh if you have to. Because it's right there. Troy, hey, Troy. Man, Overshawn moving, wasn't he? Shoot. Man, Iverson will tell you himself right now, if he could go back and do it all over again, he'd have done things different. Him and Michael Vick both have said the same thing because they didn't realize how much that stuff actually does translate. Man, you working on your craft. That's all you're saying. You're just working on your craft. All right, let's get another play in here. Let me show you the play. This is Brian Schottenheimer talking about the triangle of what Eberflus is teaching the team about the triangle. That what you want to do is you want to bust the triangle as it applies to the receiver. Watch this. Okay, no, this isn't the one. I think that was... This is actually a completion. I think that's a tight end there. Yeah, that was a good completion by Joe Milton. Hold on a second. I picked the wrong one, but it's all good. All right. So we have another play here. This is Joe Milton. Zion Childress looks like is going to pick him off. Check this out. Okay, that's the same one. Okay, so it's Childress that picked him off. A lot clearer, looks like. It's the one where Pure Gaming said he see white down there. Looks like, too, if you pay attention to Joe Milton on that play, watch this. It looks like Joe Milton threw that off the back of his foot, too. Looks like he threw that off his back foot. He didn't step into that throw. I'm not sure if it's pressure there. Let me see. See that? I don't know, like a back foot throw. Yeah, it's short. All right, let's see here. I like this right here. Michael Parsons is in the house. Love what Michael Parsons is doing. He getting in some work. Individual drills. Keeping himself in shape. Man, I meant to say too the other day, boy, Michael Parsons is looking pretty good, man. Man, this dude been working. He been working, man, for sure. He looking really good. All right, let's see here. I thought this was very interesting. Look at this. Man, Dak Prescott is having the time of his life out here. See, Dak can't run these drills. These are the ones we're talking about. And I'm thinking what Dak is saying for health reasons. I don't think they want Dak to mess around and trip on one of these and fall down. I don't think they're ready for him to fall on the ground yet. So Dak can't run these. So what Dak is doing is he's kind of encouraging the team, getting in the middle, getting them pumped up. Then he's getting in the middle with the hand, with the low fives. Shoot, Dak keeping that energy up, man. Yep. All right, got another play here. I hope y'all enjoying this. Pound for pound, Iverson was a beast, college and pro, no doubt. A lot of natural talent. Let's see here. This right here looks like Dak to Pickens. This is a new part, and I don't know if it's necessarily a new part, but I noticed what the Cowboys are doing. Look at this. Nice little out route down there. Dak hit him. Bam. Touchdown. Touchdown. Okay. Let's look at some other stuff on this play too. Tyler Guyton does a real, let's see. Yeah, he does a good job down there on EZ. Y'all see that? Watch Guyton. Let's watch Guyton on EZ. Watch him. Check him. Oh, got him. Oh, I like it. I like it. You see him out there? EZ tried to put the spin move on him. Guyton keeps him in front of him, keeps his hands out, got his footwork together. Nice. There it is. Nice. Yeah, nice. Yeah, he handled up on EZ that time. Yeah, he handled up on EZ that time. I like it. All right, let me see what else I got. Man, I got a bunch of more plays. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put the rest of them online for y'all to check out tonight. But boy, hey, I made sure I try to get it all today, man. Let me see here. Got a little individual stuff. My recently a foul. Man, this dude gonna be a really good part of this team. I think he's gonna do more this year, man. This kid right here is nice, man. All right, let's see here. Yeah, Ice Cold Cowboy, you're exactly right. Yeah, left tackle is going to be very interesting. Guyton going to have a good season, I think. Hey, let me tell you something. Going up against Donovan Ezeraku, he'll get you ready. Shoot, Donovan Ezeraku is a technician, man. Shoot, Easy will get you ready. Robert Dudley said, I'm from Syracuse, so Hoyas were Big East. He said, I remember big rivals. Man, this dude will get you ready, man. Yeah, left tackle going to be real interesting this season. Yeah, that boy Easy doing his thing. Let me see here. Yeah, don't worry. I'm going to get new. I got you two, Newhouse. Yeah, Dominique Pittman says San Francisco had 9 Pro Bowlers, and what happened to them? Straight up, Dominique. It don't require Pro Bowlers to win Super Bowls. It requires a team. That's what it requires. All right, let's go a little bit more here. I'll do a couple of more of them. We're going to get up out of here, man. I appreciate y'all rocking with me tonight. But boy, I got some good stuff, man. I'm going to put this all together tonight again in a compilation video. Boy, this boy CeeDee Lamb. Boy, when I tell you, this boy CeeDee Lamb going dumb this year. Man, look at this. CeeDee Lamb is going dumb this year. He already need to be fine. for cutting off the ankles and the knees of Kalen Carson. He already needs to be fined for that. This dude, CD, going dumb out here. Look at this. Bam. That boy, hey. This boy CD Lamb going dumb out here, man. And look, oh man, look who it is again. It's Kalen Carson. Man, it is Kalen Carson, boy. CD keep going dumb. Hey, watch what happened in the end zone. CD keep going dumb on this dude. Bam. Now, he probably would have hit CD. But CD gonna continue. Okay, this is not the one. There's another play. CD he gonna do a little something in the end zone. But boy, this, hey, bam. Man. The boys, hey man, this boy CD going dumb this year. All right, let me give you another one. Boy, Miles Sanders. I think Miles Sanders is going to be RB1. I do. I think he's going to be RB1 to start the season. Check this play out for Miles Sanders. Man, this boy Miles Sanders is running. Hey, ready to get them pads on though. We talking t-shirts and shorts. I want to see what happened when they start putting them pads on him. But man, I'm wondering if Sanborn makes that tackle on him. Because I think Sanborn probably gets him in the background, but I'd like to see if right here. Bam. Sanborn, I think Sanborn probably gets him right there. Yeah, I think Sanborn probably gets him. All right. Man, let me show you. This is a great throw. Joe Milton right here. Boy, watch this throw by Joe Milton. Man, this throw right here. Man. Okay, no music on this one. I'm gonna let you hear the sound. Check this out. Oh, okay, it's music. I can't even mess with these copyrights. All right, watch Milton. Look at this. Rolls out, sets his feet. Bam. Laser. But what I am wondering, let's watch this again. I am wondering though, I'm wondering if whoever this is coming off the edge, if he gets him, if this is a real game or if this is a game, if he doesn't get the quarterback here. But Milton gets away, throws a dart to Turpin. Throws a dart to Turpin. All right, check this out. Solomon Thomas. Check him out. This boy Solomon Thomas. I think he's number 98. No, matter of fact, I don't think this was about Thomas. That's CD Lamb getting dumb again. This is actually about Guyton. Watch Guyton on this play, man. Watch Guyton. He in there. No, I'm wrong. Solomon Thomas is number 90. Yeah, Solomon Thomas does get to the quarterback. Watch this. I like what Guyton did, though, but watch Solomon Thomas. Solomon Thomas is, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, this is Solomon Thomas. Look at there. Woo! Boy. Solomon Thomas beat whoever that is off the ball. Yeah, he beat him. Straight up. Yeah, Thomas beats him. Yeah, Thomas beats him. Watch this. Whoa! Got him. Dak would have been done in that play. Dak would have been done on that play. Yeah, Thomas got him. I have not seen anything from Murray yet. I haven't. Yeah, Solomon Thomas would have got him on this play. I like what Guyton did. I'm trying to think who this is. BB. Okay, is this Ty Smith that gets beat like this? Ooh, ooh, ooh. I'm thinking that's Ty Smith that got beat like that. Or in the spot where Ty Smith would be. Whoever that is got beat. Woo, Thomas swim up. Yeah, that's a sack right there. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, pure gaming. I'm thinking that's Tyler Smith. Yeah, he beat him. Guyton did a very good job again on whoever it is out there. Somebody said, who was that? Kendrick? Somebody said? Yeah, he got him. Robert 31. Robert Hill said the nice chat was brought to you by the letters J and G for Jeremy Gall. Yeah. Okay, Sean said Tyler Smith is 73. So who is 77 out there? All right. But again, all right, man, I'm going to put this together. I got a lot more. Well, I shouldn't say I got a lot more plays. I got a few more plays. I'm going to put that together as a video so y'all can go back and check it out. But again, man, I appreciate y'all rocking with me tonight. Woo, man. A lot more Cowboys content coming. We're going to be rocking again tomorrow. If I'm not mistaken, though, the Cowboys may be having an off day tomorrow. If I'm not mistaken, the schedule says the Cowboys may be having an off day tomorrow. So what we'll do tomorrow, we didn't get a chance to hear Stephen Jones. We'll come back and we'll hear Stephen Jones tomorrow. And then I did some of the day 3 plays. And then we'll listen to Oso Diggy Zua. Because if I'm not mistaken, the Cowboys are off tomorrow. I was kind of looking at the schedule. Let's see. Cowboys practice schedule. Training camp. Let's see. All right, here we go. Yeah. Anybody hadn't seen the practice? The schedule. Let me show you what it looks like. All right. Cowboys open practice today. Cowboys are probably pretty tired. 3 straight days of high intensity practicing. Cowboys off tomorrow. Looks like they have something called Oxnard Fan Night hosted by somebody. So I'm sure there'll be some players right there. Saturday, Cowboys back together weekend. So opening ceremony. And then Sunday, they're going to have a practice. Looks like they're going to have I don't know, Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders dance clinic, I think that is. Pads on Sunday. Pads on Sunday, y'all. Those gonna be the real stories, ain't it? Pads on Sunday. I'm not sure if pads on Monday, off Tuesday. So tomorrow, we'll be back with all of the Cowboys stuff that we didn't get a chance to cover. And I'm sure there will be people who will be talking about, hey, day 3. They'll probably be talking about everything that went down day 3. But again, man, I appreciate y'all rocking with me. All right. Let's see. Newhouse fam. I got you, bro. Don't worry about it. I got you. All right, but again,
you want to drop your auto insurance rate, then
y'all hit that like button on the way out of here tonight. Man, y'all have been the absolute greatest chat on YouTube. Y'all helped me host this show. I appreciate it. Appreciate all of the administrators. Y'all got my back. Appreciate you. Again, not gonna do Cowboys After Dark tonight, but it's Friday night tomorrow. We may be rocking with it tomorrow. Let me see. All right. Let me see here. Uh-oh. All right, let me go down a little bit. Y'all hit that like button on the way out. All right, got your Newhouse fam. Hey, y'all make sure, send a prayer up for our sister Angie. We missing her on the show. Y'all have been great. still keeping that comedy going, you know, keeping that lightheartedness going. But man, I appreciate y'all. Yes, yes. Ice Cold said, welcome to the Regulators. Man, I got something in the future I'm gonna do for y'all. Y'all keep rocking with me, man. I appreciate you. We'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow, to God be the glory. DC4L. Until the next time, let's talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. Peace.